around the speedway. So how that works, their first lap is a warm-up. The next time they come around, they take the green flag. They do 4 laps. At the start of the 4th lap, the next driver to go comes up to the cone, stops, and gets ready to roll. It's pretty simple as that. And if somebody wrecks and steps over the line a bit too much, they will be given a DNQ. And Joey, something that you don't often see, but we're doing here, it's a fixed setup. So everybody has the same setup, and they're pretty much driving these same race cars around the racetrack.
And that makes it exceptionally difficult to really get qualifying speed out of these things. There's in-car tools in the IndyCar. There's the weight jacker. There's the anti-roll bars. You can do things to make the car fit more to your settings, to fit more to your pleasures. But when you're racing a fixed setup Indy 500, it comes down to thousandths of a mile per hour, thousandths of a second. You just need to be absolutely perfect. And it's going to come down to just those tiny little margins. Who can be the most perfect? Who can get the most out of this car?
And you can see there are 4 hours up on the board. So how this works, everybody has a time slot pretty much. They have everybody broken down into hour chunks. The first car will roll out here in about 6 minutes, 7:15 p.m. Eastern. Day and time are stuck in sim to May 29th, 2022, 10 o'clock in the morning. Nothing is moving. The sun's not moving. Dynamic sky is off. Everybody will get the same conditions on the racetrack to try and level out the playing field just a little bit so somebody doesn't get an advantage if the sun is out versus whether the sun is in. Ethan Corder will be the first guy to get us rolling on the racetrack, and we'll roll until about 10:15. Once we hit 10:15-ish, give or take, is when we'll open up the door to 2-lane qualifying. And how this will work is we'll seemingly line them up double file. And Joey, this is what we usually see when we come to Indianapolis in May with how they do qualifying in these Dallara IR18s, where one lane is the line to get on the racetrack. You have an express lane, but if you go in that express lane, you have to give up your average time.
I have a feeling that we're only going to be seeing the express lane being used later tonight because, of course, there's going to be a lot of drivers on the outside looking in. If you're on the in already, you don't really have any reason to go out again. Maybe you want to make the fast 12. Maybe you do want to go a little bit quicker and have the chance to fight for pole. But I have a feeling that a lot of the drivers who are going to get into that express lane are already out, and that gets even more desperate at that point. I mentioned that it's panic stations normally. When you just have 4 laps of qualifying to do, it gets even more stressful when you're on the outside looking in and you know you only have 1 run to get it right.
And it looks like we may be having some adjustments, some shimming around in the order, and we'll wait until we get clarification on those before we get rolling here. So we're going to get rolling in about 4 minutes' time, so just bear with us as we kind of ramble on to fill the time that we can. Again, Ethan Corder will be the first car to go out onto the racetrack, and we have a good chunk of cars here to try and make the show and make the FTF Rectangle 500 that you will see live here, 8:30 Eastern on Friday. That is December 30th, 2022. Justin Melillo right now is giving a demonstration as to what the drivers are supposed to do. If we could get to that here, just stops at the exit of pit road. That's where drivers have to stop. After they leave their pit box, they stop, and then they are good to go. And from here, that's pretty much where they're going to be able to start warming up. And they'll come around. They can pull up as he's demonstrating there, but you have to use the access road in Turn 2 like we see in May when we come here to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and you have to hit the line there in order to merge safely back up onto the racetrack. And they'll come around through 3 and 4, and when you get to the line, your time, Joey, begins.
I'm not entirely sure if what Justin Melillo did there is what we're going to see from the actual drivers in terms of really taking advantage of that pit exit, because in these cars, you tend to really want to slow your roll because you have 4 laps to do. You have 10 miles of qualifying at top speed to do. You don't want to wear those tires any more than you have to, so you'll probably see drivers slow rolling it a little bit more coming out of pit lane.
We'll have to see what these guys decide to do. And without the weather here, Joey, it takes out a very interesting variable, I find, when they come here to Indianapolis, when they qualify, just with the fact you don't have the wind to give the advantage or not give the advantage. Obviously, sun and cloud, that can sometimes vary because there are some years where it's the clouds are very, very thick over the speedway. Other years where it's bright, there's not a cloud in the sky. You're going to get the full sun here. The shadows aren't going to move. But as I mentioned, that wind, not a factor, so you're not going to experience a lot. Okay, 1 mile an hour out of the north. That's still not much of anything really to affect these race cars enough.
Yeah, I feel like I could blow out of my mouth 1 mile per hour wind. I feel like I could probably pull that off. But yeah, this is basically the best conditions possible. This is what every driver at Indianapolis wishes they could have, because we always hear, it's bad to draw early on in the day because the sun is out. It's hotter. It's bad to draw later in the day because things are going to get hotter. That's not the case here. It is the same for every single driver. Nobody has any reason to complain because it's completely fair for everybody. And yeah, we can knock the weather conditions off the complaining list.
Now, Ethan Corder still is not in the session. And we're supposed to roll here in a minute. So, Ethan Corder, come on down.
You listening to the broadcast, Ethan?
Oh, wait. No, I'm blind as a bat. He's right there. Right in the middle. Wow, unbelievable. Okay,
wow.
You see that is green, which means it's not. Okay, now it's 7:15. So the clock is rolling, and sounds like we are good to go here. Ethan Corder will lead us off as here he rolls now. So the first driver to go out and set a lap, the 45 of Ethan Corder out of Des Moines, Iowa, a regular in FTF competition. We see him a lot here on the network. He pulls up to the line, and he is all set to go. He will take his warm-up lap here, Joey, and get us rolling here in qualifying for the FTF Rectangle 500.
Will this be the first real look here? No, Ethan Corder does elect to go almost all the way up to the wall in that pastel pink and blue and white entry. He's going to bring it down, build up the speed onto the back straight. This is not what we tend to see in some of the other competitions, but that may be a result of the fixed setup. You might need that little bit of extra speed built up on the warm-up lap to really take advantage of a fixed setup, when in the Open Series, you have different things you can do over the course of the run. You have a car you know is going to work better in different parts of the run, so you're not necessarily trying to get every single last bit of an advantage, but in a fixed setup series, you don't know if your car is any better than anybody else's. It's exactly the same. I guess you got to abuse the track a little bit. Take everything it gives you.
231 miles an hour going into turn number 1 on the opening lap here for Ethan Corder. He has 3.5 laps to go as he rockets down the back straightaway in that Dallara IR18 machine. And, he's going to wind up on pole here as long as he completes his 4 laps. We'll see where he puts the benchmark, though. How high or how low it will stand by the time things are said and done here from Indy. He comes off the corner, back to the line, and 1 lap in the books. At the start-finish line, things will go by speed. And we'll put them up on the broadcast for you. An average of 226.620 miles an hour on the opening lap from Ethan Corder.
Yeah, it's basically impossible to tell whether that's going to be good or not, because I've seen drivers practicing over the course of previous days, doing their practice qualifying runs. The lap that Ethan Corder just did was faster than anything else I've seen, but those were also different days. Those were different sessions. Numbers basically mean nothing. It's a little bit of pressure on Ethan Corder because he's kind of setting the benchmark here, but it's also kind of an absence of pressure. He's just got to get a run. He's got nobody to compete with. He can just do his own thing, and it looked pretty consistent there on the second lap as he crosses the line. Only fell off 1/10 of a second. He's still in the 39s.
Only lost roughly 0.5 mile an hour on his second lap. You see the times right there, 39.821 that last time by. That converts to 226.017 miles an hour. He's halfway home in qualifying, the first driver to go. The next one to go will be Thomas Aaron in the 93, so he will get set to go here. Now as Corder comes to the line to start his 4th lap. White flag in the air for him on his first qualifying run.
Still the same fall off from lap 1 on lap number 3. That's pretty understandable. That tends to be what you see here, but this 4th lap is where it gets most difficult. Ethan's a little bit high there in 2. Looked like he had to lift out the teensiest bit to not get in the wall. He's really playing with fire on this run. He's been getting very, very close to the walls and the exits of 1 and 2. As he brings it through turn 3 here. Let's see how close he gets this time. Not too bad. Definitely got close, but didn't seem like he was in danger of getting into the wall. out of turn 4, straightforward stuff. He survived his first chance. He survived his first run.
At the stripe, his lap time is 39.907, actually faster on lap 4 compared to lap 3, and his 4-lap average speed-wise 225.920 miles an hour. And trouble coming off pit road here. That's the 59 rather. Sean Bagley that's around. He is the second car that will go here. He was supposed to go 4th. They moved him up in the order. He goes out 2nd, and he is allowed. He gets 1 mulligan here if he spins on the pit road access road to try this thing again, and that's what he's going to do. He's going to come back to the cone here and stop and go. If we can get a replay here of the 59 and see what happened on his initial warm-up lap.
He just locked up coming to the line as well. So Mr. Sean Begley not being too kind to those tires, but yeah, he's just sitting here on pit lane. Ethan Corder finishes his run, and I don't know if Sean just completely overcooked it, if he clipped the apron or what. Actually,
this is live.
Yeah, here he comes.
Oh, okay, here it is.
Yeah, this is live. Is this live? Yeah, this is live.
This is first attempt right here.
Oh, here it is. Yes, it is. We got it. So through the warm-up lane here, did he clip the grass? Nope. Just had the weight jacker turned up too high on flat ground. Tires weren't warmed up. Rear end looped around.
Here he comes around now through turn number 2. He's already started his opening lap. Nope, that's turn 4. This track looks identical. My bad. Now he comes to the start-finish line, and he will start his first lap here at the start-finish line. I know that counts as a minute or so, but that's because his pit box is before the start-finish line, and he's going to try and put up a time similar to what Ethan Corder set up on his first attempt.
That's why we call it the rectangle 500, because it is a perfect rectangle. Every single corner looks exactly the same, but we just... I'll get some context clues ready. Here comes Begley through turn 3. His struggles on pit exit, you know, that tends to get in your head sometimes. He's lucky he got that second chance, but he knew that was some slight level of discomfort there. He had the weight jacker either turned up too high for his own comfort, or he wasn't ready for what the car was going to do on pit exit. He seems to have things back under control now, and that's pretty good lap 1.
39.784 lap time wise on his first lap. That is 0.07 slower than what Ethan Corder set up on his opening lap. He's halfway through lap number 2 right now.
Looks like he has the car under him. It doesn't look like the little scare on pit exit is really hurting him at all, but it also seems like he's being a little more conservative than Corder was. A little bit of a wiggle there out of turn 4. While he was being conservative, while he was keeping it off the wall, just that tiny little wiggle there off of turn 4 tells me that he is definitely fighting this car a little bit. I think he might have the weight jacker turned up a little bit too high for his own comfort, and there he goes again, another moment off of 1.
So far, though, identical to Ethan Corder. That time, just 4 1/1000ths off of Corder's second lap time. So even with, perhaps the handling issues that 59 is having on the racetrack, it is smooth and steady as far as lap times are concerned. We'll see what happens here when he comes back around to the start-finish line to complete his third lap, which means he'll have one more to go. This will open up the door here for the 31, Bill Colley II. Looks like he is going to be the next guy to go out, as Begley now on his fourth lap, a quicker lap number 3, a 39.862.
Yeah, it's turning around for him. A little bit slower of a lap 1, but he's kind of traded that for a more consistent run over these 3 laps. We'll see if the fall off continues to be lower. It was a 39.9 for Ethan Corder on his last lap, or a 225.5 miles per hour. So let's see here through turn 4. It's the last corner for Sean Begley. He's got it. No wiggle. Seems perfectly fine. I think this is going to be good enough for first.
We'll take a look here as he comes to the start-finish line, crosses the stripe, a 39.907, dead even to what Corder set on his fourth lap. His third lap quickest, a 225.880 on the 4-lap average for Sean Begley. He sits P2 on the board. Bill Colley II, the 31, out on the racetrack right now out of Waverly, Ohio.
Should be P1 for Sean Begley because he was 40 thousandths of a miles per hour quicker than Ethan Corder. So it did all even out over that run. He is just that little bit better than Ethan Corder. So yeah, it's close stuff though. These are the kind of margins we're going to be playing with all night.
Bill Colley gets the green flag. His first lap underway in the 31. A cancer survivor over these last couple of years, battling some health issues, and joined the service, joined iRacing back in 2019. Has made a couple of iRacing Indianapolis 500 starts over these last couple of years, and is looking to carry some of that experience over to the FTF Rectangle 500 as he looks to complete lap number 1.
I did just realize, by the way, no, I was completely wrong. You were right, Jake. 225.92 is faster than 225.88. I was in time mode. I was in golf mode. You know, lower is better, but no.
First lap from Colley, a 39.855, the slowest lap 1 time we've seen so far by more than a tenth. He's going to have to either be really consistent or improve in these next 3 laps if he wants to have a really good shot here.
Yeah, it is possible that he could be a little bit more consistent with that slower lap 1, but even if you are consistent, keeping that speed up for the entirety of this run, I don't think would even be good enough for pole on average. But here he comes out of turn 4, not really taking the entirety of the track. He's leaving a whole bunch of room up there to the wall. That just tells me that he's not carrying as much speed as he could through turn 3, and in turn, that's not letting him carry any speed through turn 4, really. Through turn 1 this time, again, leaving a lot of room up to the wall. And then through turn 2, this will probably look a little bit like it did in turn 4. He seems like he's got a little bit of understeer there. He's a little bit tight, but even then, he's not getting into the wall. I don't think this car is working like Bill Colley wants it to at all.
Now, even if he does not set a time fast enough to slot in that 13th through 30th range tonight, he still has a chance to make the last row tomorrow. And we'll explain how that works. If you know how qualifying at Indianapolis Motor Speedway works with these Dallara IR18s, then you know what's coming tomorrow. Otherwise, you'll just have to wait for us to explain it. Lap number 4 for Colley here, as Connor Harrington is getting set to get onto the racetrack and begin his warm-up lap. A 39.980 that last time around for Colley on the racetrack, and just does not look like the speed is in that 31 machine, at least not yet. He'll bring it around through 3 and 4 and take the checkered flag here as Justin Melillo lines up Harrington, and Harrington will depart on the front straightaway. Colley hits the yard of bricks, a time of 40.023. His 4-lap average, a 225.353. Not fast enough, at least this point in the night, to have a shot to race on Friday. We'll need some help tomorrow. Here's Connor Harrington.
If you had to pick a favorite coming into this event, this guy, Connor Harrington, would be the guy. 4th place in the official Indy 500 this year. So good in these IR18s. He is, for every driver at Private Label Team Hype is obviously a driver to beat in these IR18s, but Connor Harrington comes into this field with a lot of drivers who are skilled in this car, a lot of drivers who have experience in this car, but none of them quite have the level of experience that Connor Harrington had. With the 3 runs we've had so far, it's been kind of a question. What's really fast? What's slow? Connor Harrington's going to be the benchmark. I would be absolutely shocked if this is not a P1 run right now.
Well, and you saw there one of our other commentators that you'll hear from later tonight, Derek Watson, said, hey, he only took the access road. He did not dip up onto the racetrack when coming through turns 1 and 2, fresh off of pit road. So maybe that's a strategy that he's got the right strategy. You don't need to come onto the racetrack. 230 miles an hour entering turn number 3 here for Harrington, looking to complete his first lap this time by. And we'll see what the native out of Daytona Beach, Florida has as he screams to the start-finish line. His first lap is a 39.689. That is the fastest first lap we've seen so far.
This is absolutely going to be a benchmark. This is going to be the time that everybody's chasing. And I do have to wonder, for some of these drivers who have less IndyCar experience, for some of the drivers who are kind of taking this on because it is a special event, this is the guy to learn from. That slow roll out of the pits has tended to be the thing we see every single driver do in the highest level of IR18 driving competition on iRacing. So I don't know. Is that going to change the strategy of some other drivers? Are they going to be able to learn from Connor Harrington? We'll have to wait and see.
Lap number 2 in the books, a 39.751. A big drop off there from lap 1 to lap number 2, but still his second lap the fastest out of everybody at 226.409 miles an hour.
Yeah, that tends to be what happens when you do go for a bigger lap 1. There is a little bit more fall off on the laps after, but it all evens out and it all gets quicker in the end, actually. If you do let that real banger of a lap go out on lap 1, you can fall off a little bit on 2 and 3 and 4, but that big time on lap 1, that's what's going to put you on pole. That's what's going to get you the positions. He's going to come to the line here for lap number 3. It was about half a tenth of a second, couple tenths of a miles per hour there. It is another half a tenth of a second of lap time of fall off, another half of a miles per hour, but he's easily going to be P1.
226.028 miles an hour on lap number 3. Fastest third lap out of anybody by about 0.3 of a mile an hour. Here he comes through 3 and 4 to wrap up his fourth and final lap. Nick DeGroot, the next man up to bat here from Indianapolis. Harrington off the corner, down the front straightaway. He'll bring it to the yard of bricks. We'll see what his time is, a 39.837. 226.280 miles an hour. And Connor Harrington obliterates the field so far. He sets the high water mark. He is currently out in front as your pole sitter.
I'm going to put a bet on this right now, Jake. I don't think that time's getting beaten in the next 3.5 hours. I think that's our pole, or our P1 speed. Pole isn't determined until tomorrow, but I think that's going to be our P1 speed tonight. Although if anybody is going to beat it, ironically, the guy who's coming up right next, Nick DeGroot, could be the guy to do it. Tons of IndyCar experience, has been less active recently. Of course, he's got more important things to do, writing for motorsport.com, doing all that work. But when he does get in this IndyCar, one of the strongest drivers on the service, and if anybody's going to beat Harrington in this field, it might just be him.
No doubt about it. Leads all drivers in Monday Night Racing as far as wins are concerned. The winningest driver in that league, and he hasn't raced since season 2. That's how good he is at the Speedway, no matter the car. Let's see what lap number 1 looks like here. Is it good enough to match or get close to Connor Harrington at the stripe? A 39.683, just faster than Harrington on lap number 1.
I think my Connor Harrington bet might get beaten here, but it is too early in the run. We do have to wait to see if Nick DeGroot can keep it up. But these two drivers, it's just, this order was randomly chosen. This is not a deliberate order. We didn't put these two of the strongest drivers in this field together on purpose. But if there are any drivers, like I said, who are uncomfortable in this car, who don't have the experience, this is school right now. With Harrington and Nick DeGroot, these are the guys to watch. These are the guys to try and copy and take some of their speed.
Down the front straightaway at the stripe, a 39.759. Just a tick slower than Harrington on lap number 2, but still really, really speedy through the opening 2 laps. We'll see how much of a fall off he has on the latter half.
Yeah, off turn 2 there, looked a little bit uncomfortable, wasn't able to track all the way out to the wall. Right now, things are basically dead even. He was faster on lap 1, he was slower on lap 2. Through turn 3 here, he almost gets down to the curb on the entry to turn 3. That tells me that this car is maybe turning a little bit more than he wants to. And then through turn 4, he doesn't entirely have the speed he wants. He's not able to track all the way out to the wall. I don't think this is going to be an especially good lap time. I think this is going to be much bigger of a fall off than Harrington's third lap. Not much bigger, but it is a little bit slower. It's a tenth of a mile an hour slower. It is falling off more for Nick DeGroot.
We'll see what happens on lap number 4. As Anthony Krobach is the next driver up in the 81 machine, so we'll see him get rolling in just a moment. But now DeGroot trying to finish up his run. He comes through turn number 3, gets set to go to turn number 4, and we'll see if he has enough in the tank to take over the provisional pole position. And as you mentioned, we set the top 12, the top 4 rows tomorrow at the line for DeGroot. A 39.864, just not fast enough. A 226.224 for Nick DeGroot. So far, P2 in qualifying.
I would be shocked and appalled if Harrington and DeGroot aren't locks for the Fast 12 now. They don't need to go out again. They can go eat dinner, watch a movie, do whatever. They're safe. They're not getting bumped out. I can guarantee you that.
You wouldn't think that they would have a shot with those fastest lap times, we'll have to wait and see as Krobach is good to go here. You saw him have to come back to the line, and this is his first attempt. He got about halfway down pit road and then decided, yeah, I better restart. He did not actually leave pit lane or get to the cone. So first attempt here for Krobach, running the Home Depot colors on that Dallara IR18. The Pennsylvania native trying to put himself in a pretty good spot here from Indianapolis. Two-time USAC quarter national champion. Lap 1.
Do we have to put an asterisk next to this run, Jake, and explicitly say we're not going to be biased towards the Pennsylvania driver?
Well, I mean, considering he goes to East Stroudsburg and I went to Shippensburg, there's a little bit of rivalry there. So I think that bias cancels itself out.
Maybe. It's like we got a Pennsylvania sandwich here. I spend half of my time on the eastern side, half of my time on the western side, and you guys are just the little meat in our Pennsylvania sandwich.
There you have it. Here comes the end of lap number 1 here for Krobach. At the stripe, a 39.788. A pretty good opening lap. Not fast as Harrington and DeGroot, but still really quick.
Very, very close to the wall in the middle of 1 and 2 in that short shoot. Very close to the wall in turn 2 as well. We saw a little bit of conservatism from Nick DeGroot, keeping it off of the wall, keeping it a little bit tighter, but you're seeing a completely different style here from Mr. Anthony Krobach. Off of turn 3, a little bit less close to the wall, not tracking it out quite as much. I think that's going to minimize his speed here in turn 4 as well. Again, not able to track all the way out to the wall. It's consistent, though. For a driver who I didn't necessarily know what to expect in this Indy car, it's been a pretty good run so far. It's not been the fastest in the world, but it's been consistent.
39.884 on lap number 2 for Krobach. He washes it up the racetrack, trying to keep as much speed as he can, but so far that time is slipping away as he got really close to the wall there off turn number 2. A 225.654 on that last time around. As far as lap number 2 goes, the second slowest, only behind Bill Cawley the second.
Some big wiggles there through turn 3. This is when it starts to get difficult in the run. After lap 2, when you're on lap 3, when you're just trying to bring the car home, the car's trying to do everything it can to not let you bring it home. But you've got to keep your hands smooth. You just got to trust that the car is going to do what you're asking. And frankly, it doesn't look like Anthony's trusting the car very much. A little bit of a wiggle off of turn 1. He didn't seem comfortable with the wheel, frankly, on the straight. He was jerking all over the place down the front straight. He keeps it out of the wall in turn 2 again, but this doesn't look like a comfortable lap 4, especially on the straight. He's just jittering back and forth, and that tells me that he's not quite comfortable with the car on this run.
A 225.073 on lap number 3, the slowest lap time of the day. Here he comes off turn number 4, back to the start-finish line, and I believe this will be a car that we see later on tonight. At the stripe, a 39.960 as far as lap time, an improvement on lap number 4, but not nearly enough. 225.538 on the 4-lap average. He winds up P5 of the 6 that have gone so far. The 48, Jay Cook, is the next driver out onto the racetrack, content creator. And he gets rolling out of McDonough, Georgia, making his FTF debut.
See if we can channel our best Patrick Starr from the Nickmas game the other night and see if he can do what he wants to cook.
We'll have to find out. Something very similar to what we saw out of Harrington as far as a really slow exit and through the access road. That's, as long as Jay Cook doesn't throw an interception, he's in the wall.
That's not what he wanted to cook.
Oh, brother. He got too far down low, got the curb, and a hard crash for Jay Cook. He's going to have to DNQ on this lap. We'll get a replay here as he comes up to speed down the back straightaway. He gets to turn number 3, and he winds up in trouble.
I'm sorry, Jay Cook. That might have been partially my fault cursing you by bringing out the Patrick Starr thing, but yeah, he just clips the curb, clips the grass. Probably had the weight jacker turned up too high. Car turned a little bit more than he was expecting. And yeah, boom. lap one. Didn't even make it to lap one. That's going to hurt for Mr. Cook, but he does get a mulligan.
Yeah, I was going to say, even though he did not, he got off pit lane, got out of the pit exit, he still, since he didn't get the green flag, he still gets his mulligan. So this is his second and final attempt to try and qualify for the FTF Rectangle 500. We'll see if turn number 3 treats him a little bit better this time. Similar deal, where he's slow on the access road and now speeds up down the back straightaway. And we'll see what he does here in turn number 3 this time around.
Don't do it twice. Don't do it twice, Jay Cook. Through turn 3. Okay, a little bit more conservative, but still super wiggly. He has got that weight jacker turned up way too high. For those of you who don't know, the weight jacker, it's a tool you can use mostly in traffic to make sure that the car turns to your liking. You turn the weight jacker down, it gets a little bit tighter. You turn the weight jacker up, it gets a little bit looser. In qualifying, you tend to want to turn it up a little bit, especially at the speedway, because you want the car to be turning better. You want to minimize your speed loss through these corners, but if you turn it up too high, it just makes the car wiggle way too much. It makes it almost uncontrollable, and you're going to lose any speed you're gaining through the corner by losing the rear and constantly having to overcorrect. I don't know why he swerved all the way down to the bottom there. That's not the way to do it either, but Jay Cook does not look comfortable. I think he's trying a little bit too much here, and it's not working for him.
Yeah, he's almost running it like he's in the race instead of going up against the wall like we've seen everybody else do so far in qualifying. He's doing the snake maneuver down the front straightaway, down to the inside. 39.897 on lap number 1. I believe that's the slowest lap number 1 we've seen so far. Close to it.
You can't really blame him, because we know there's a lot of drivers in this race or attempting to qualify for this race that signed up because they know that this is one of the last chances you're going to get to drive this car in a big event. You want to take advantage of it. You can't blame a lot of drivers for not necessarily being experienced, not knowing the meta, but I think after this run, Jay Cook will probably look back at the replays, look back at some of the drivers that have already gone. If he has any teammates, attempt to learn from them, because I think he's trying to learn this on his own. It's not quite working for him.
Appreciate Blake McCandless for popping in and sending his viewers onto our coverage here on FTF. Glad to have you with us. This is lap number 3 here for Jay Cook on the racetrack. This is the 7th car out of roughly 60 that we have to try and qualify and have a seat at the table in the 33 car field for the FTF Rectangle 500, which will be Friday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Bump day tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern. Obviously, we're here tonight doing qualifying. Jay Cook wrapping up lap number 3 all the way down to the inside wall of 40.131. And that is his 3rd lap, and he still thinks he has one more.
Yeah, that's the first.
He just realized it now.
Oh dear, that's the first 40-second lap we've seen, and I mean, there's no use aborting at this point. You might as well bring it to the line and finish the run. But yeah, Jay Cook, that's going to be a DNQ.
I didn't miss a lap, did I?
Yeah, that was his 3rd lap. He wasn't done.
Yeah, so Aaron Brown now out on the racetrack, and Justin said he was going to start sending people, and yeah, it sounds like Jay Cook just didn't realize he still had one more lap to go. So Aaron Brown now going to get out onto the racetrack here and do what he thinks he can do. He has half a dozen years of experience on the sim out of Nelsonia, Virginia. We're 3 and 4 coming around to complete his first lap. And while Aaron Brown does his qualifying laps around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the Dallara IR18s, Joey, you've caught up with our provisional pole sitter right now, Connor Harrington.
Indeed, I have. Connor Harrington, welcome to the FTF Rectangle 500. And I think I can say right now there's still 3.5 hours on the clock, but welcome to the Fast 12 shootout.
Yeah, that's what we're kind of hoping for at this point. Obviously, there's a lot of really talented oval drivers in here, and I fancy myself more of a fan of this car on the road courses. But usually there's a whole slew of IndyCar well, I guess redacted 500s that we can run. And I missed a whole bunch from this year. It was just a bunch of personal life stuff. So nice to be here with FTF and to get one more chance to send it off.
How do you kind of balance that mindset coming into this? Because you, Nick DeGroot, a few others that specifically have IndyCar experience, you guys have to be the favorites coming into that. How does that kind of play into your mindset coming into the race?
Well, I mean, the thing is anything can happen here at Indy. We see it in the official 500s. We see it in League 500s. Anything happens and it's crazy. And, if it's as cold as I think it's going to be and as packy as I think it's going to be with the car with a lot of downforce, it's going to be a pretty wild race.
So what are you going to do for the rest of the night? You got like 3.5 hours to chill now. You've got a good enough time on the board. What's next in Connor Harrington land?
We're gonna keep an eye on the on where we are in the top 12. Obviously, I think what's gonna end up happening here at the end is there's so many entries and there's only 33 spots that you're gonna see a lot of guys go through that priority lane and keep pulling their time and going out. And they're gonna be able to go ahead of all the guys that are already locked into the field. So I don't know if you're gonna see a whole lot of movement in terms of guys trying to get into the top 12 to win the pole, but I think that 30 to 33rd range is going to be really exciting tonight and into tomorrow too, to see who gets locked into the field.
All right, well, congrats on your ivory tower position up there. I hope you enjoyed looking down on all of us peasants, but congrats on that good qualifying run, and I guess we'll see you fight for the pole tomorrow.
I hope so. We'll see you guys soon.
Connor Harrington provisionally P1, and by the way, Jake, Aaron Brown looked like a 225.8 there. That's going to be basically dead in the middle of the run so far.
P5 out of the 8th of qualifying. You're exactly right. Here's Ryan Naraki on his first lap up to speed, one of the co-founders of FTF itself, out on the racetrack here, trying to put himself into the big show on Friday night out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. First lap coming up right here to the start-finish line. And there you see on the banner is right at the start-finish line for Naraki. Zach's not up to speed. I don't see his time put in anywhere. Nonetheless, a 39.750 on his opening lap.
Ryan doesn't get a lap time. He doesn't deserve it.
Yeah, I guess. Well.
Oh, I see an Excel cell being filled.
There we go. There we go. Because of how we're doing everything tonight, we have to do this through Excel, and Zach Johnson not excelling at it right now. Now he's now he's on the board. A 226.108 here for Naraki on lap number 2. A 226.415 on lap number 1. Sort of right around the mid-pack range. Not quite on par with DeGroot and with Harrington, but really just hanging around mid-pack.
Sometimes I forget that Zach can just mute our mics whenever he wants and just completely gag us.
Like that.
Like that. Perfect timing. I shouldn't have even set that one up. That was too easy.
Lap number 2 in the books. Nope, lap number 3 in the books. And that lap is a 39.871 on the racetrack, a 225.728. And you saw on that graphic, meanwhile, 46 days until the Bar Visual FTF 500 from Daytona. Cannot wait to run that thing. Here, coming up, gosh, that's coming up quicker than I'd like to admit. Ready or not, here it comes. Lap number 4 in the book here for Naraki. 39.916, a 225.931. And that puts him right now in the 3rd position on the speed charts. Up next, Tyler Williams in the 4. He'll go out and set his time here from Indianapolis. Now, he was supposed to go in the 9:15 to 10:15 block, but couldn't quite make that happen, needed to reschedule. So the driver near Melbourne, Australia, and who won the 2022 6 Hours at the Glen here on the service earlier this year, takes his first crack at it here through turn 1.
Big fan of the very, very bright blue on the nose of this car. Not going to be difficult to differentiate. It's very, 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 very bright. I'm a big fan of that. Off turn 1 or off turn 2 there, little bit of a wiggle. Don't know if that's going to kill his speed too much though. Just looked like a little bit of an overcorrection through turn 3. Looks like he's got it under control. So those are always scary moments when you do get a little bit out of control, especially early. A little bit of a slide through 4 there as well, but it seems like it's pretty fast, at least from the eye test.
39.752 on lap number 1 at 226.404. That's just off of where Naraki was at on his first lap, and he gets really close to the wall coming off turn number 2.
Yeah, this has been a little bit of a frightening run. There's been some wiggles, there's been some slides, there's been some getting close to the walls. Hopefully he can get it under control, because I don't want to see another driver wrecked mid-run here through turn 4. This is where he had a little bit of trouble last time around. He's got the wheels under him again, but it's so easy to overheat things. The second you just make that one wiggle, it's easy to get stuck in an endless cycle of making those mistakes and overheating the tires. He does have things under control, though. He only fell off half a tenth of a second there, or a couple tenths of miles per hour.
A faster lap 2 than Naraki. So we'll see how things go in these final lap and a half here for Tyler Williams, as we're already closing in on 1 hour down here from Indianapolis in the Dallara IR18s. Things are rolling by quickly, and before you know it, we'll have 2 lanes up on the pit lane, and drivers will have to use a little bit of strategy to figure out what they want to do as far as pulling their times or not pulling their times. 39.870 on lap number 3 for Tyler Williams. Oh, we got the wall.
He definitely did get the wall there. I don't know if that's going to invalidate the lap necessarily, but he did get the wall. He's got it back under control off of 2, but there's a little bit of an overcorrection there. I don't know if that steering wheel's going to be straight. Hopefully we can get a replay after the run to see if he really truly did hit it, but that is not going to be helpful for Tyler Williams.
Well, he at least lost the time like he did hit the wall. It broke the right front for a moment, but obviously the right front is all good. He does not have a meatball flag. Lap number 4, a 40.587, and what was a pretty solid run from Tyler Williams drops him from what would have been 3rd or 4th to P9.
Yep, time to hop in the priority lane if you are Tyler Williams. Just those tiny mistakes, those are the ones that get you. Let's take a look at it here. Into turn 1, looks perfectly fine, but he just tracks out. Gets a little bit loose through the middle of the corner, overcorrects, hits the wall. 40.5 on that final lap, off by 5 miles per hour just from that little mistake there. I don't think anything actually broke there, but it's just the speed loss from one mistake. You can't even make one mistake, can't afford it.
Here's an FTF regular, Matthew Zwack out of Monroe, Michigan. On lap number 1, coming to complete his first lap here. We'll see where he goes on the speed chart to start, right up to the outside wall, and at number 7. And at the stripe, a 39.685. A solid lap. Right on par with what Nick DeGroot set. He set a 6.83, so 2 1/1000ths off.
Yeah, dead in the middle between Harrington and DeGroot there. So maybe Matthew Zwack could be the surprise here. He's taken on the IndyCar very, very well here. Into turn 3 here. Looks good. He's below the white line. He's getting very, very close to the curb, which is different from some of the other drivers we've seen. Some drivers have been electing to go a little bit wider of an arc through that corner, kind of Helio Castroneves style. But Matthew Zwack using every little bit of the track here, but can he keep the speed up on the second lap is the question. 39.773. That's a full 10th loss. That's slower than the second lap for Harrington and DeGroot.
Lost a little bit of time there, but still doing okay. Just 200ths off from DeGroot and from Harrington, like you mentioned. So here he comes now into 3 on his 3rd lap. Nick Roten getting adjusted and getting set to go for his first run. And Zwack to the line, lap number 3, put it on the board, a 39.821. Right in line with DeGroot and right in line with Harrington.
Yeah, he's bringing the speed back, but critically, he's just that little bit slower. Right now, it's looking like a P3 run. It's just a question of what he can do here on the fourth lap. The fourth lap for DeGroot was a 225.7. Fourth lap for Harrington was a 225.9. We'll see where Matthew Zwack can put himself here through turn 4 for the final time. It looks pretty good. Not getting all the way out to the wall. Eventually able to just drive it out there. Didn't have the speed to get out there, but went out there anyway. What's it going to be?
39.846, a 226.238. That puts him second.
Splits him.
Behind Harrington and in front of DeGroot. A great run from Matthew Zwack. And he winds up second on the board. And this opens up the door now for Nick Roten. He just got to the start-finish line to start his opening lap. He did not reset. So this is his first attempt.
Another one of those drivers that I don't really know what to expect from him. It's his FTF debut, so haven't seen much of Nick Roten. Haven't seen what he's capable of, but there's always the possibility for surprises. Off turn 4 here, it looked like a perfectly fine lap to me from the outside, but the lap timer, the stopwatch always tells us the tail. Let's see. What's going to be lap 1? 39.778. Not bad, but basically dead in the middle of everybody. Probably closer to the bottom.
The driver out of Folsom, California, making his FTF debut. And I remember I first met Nick on the ancient relic that is NR 2003. That would have been, if memory serves me correct, that would have been in 2018. So 4.5 years ago is when I first interacted with Nick. And here we are crossing paths once again. He brings it down to the stripe to complete his second lap from Indianapolis, and lap number 2, a 39.830, so falling off a little bit, like we expect with all these times, but not quite keeping up the pace that he would need to put himself in a comfortable position early on. At this point, I would anticipate coming back out and putting together another attempt.
Yeah, it's very difficult to tell still. It is early days. There's only been 10 runs, 11 if you count the run from Jay Cook that didn't actually finish. Once we get to 33 runners, I think we'll probably be able to tell who's really going to be in danger, who's going to be safe of the ones that have gone so far. But it's just been kind of a smattering of experience levels and speeds here that we don't really know the spread of the field so far. The third lap for Roten looked pretty good. Basically even with lap 1. Fell off about 0.2 miles per hour, but it's all down to the fourth lap once more.
Yeah, his third lap relatively consistent. We'll see what happens here through 3 and 4 on his final lap. Ray Kingsbury, the next driver, up and ready to go. Roten coming to the start-finish line off corner number 4. All acceleration down the front straightaway to the line. At the yard of bricks, a 39.914, a 225.850 on the 4-lap average, and he winds up smack in the middle, P7 on his qualifying attempt, his first attempt rather, and now Kingsbury will take that 52 out for a shot, and let's see what he can do.
Another one of those big, IndyCar favorites. So much experience over the many, many years in this car. I would be very, very surprised if we don't find him in the top 4 after this run, but crazier things have happened, like Matthew Zwack, who we can probably talk to right now while Ray Kingsbury is going. Mr. Matthew Zwack, representing FTF pretty well up there between Harrington and DeGroot. How did that run go?
It went very well. I don't know what really happened on the second lap, but I also don't know how I ran such a good fourth lap. So it balanced out pretty well for me. Yeah, I'm happy to do it for the FTF people and the non-Indy guys. Show us we might have a shot at least in qualifying at it.
I'd say you're in pretty good company between Connor Harrington and Nick DeGroot, but how are you feeling right now with about 3.25 hours on the clock? Do you think you're going to maybe have to go out again to stay in the Fast 12, or do you think you're going to be safe?
I honestly have no idea. I don't know the field too well with IndyCar. I feel like with how much you guys were talking about Harrington and DeGroot, I feel like I got a run that can get it in the top 12, and I feel like I could pick up a bit if I need to. I'm pretty excited for the top 12 if I make it through. But yeah, I think I'll be able to hold on.
What's the rest of the night going to hold for you? There's 3 hours left. Harrington said he's probably just going to, sit, watch the times come in, but we got a lot of time until this session ends. What's on the Matthews WAC dinner table? What's going to happen here? Give us some juicy details.
Some college football games on right now. Coastal Carolina, East Carolina. We'll be watching that. Yeah, there is food in store for sure, and then, we'll come back out if it's needed.
All right. Well, we wish you good luck there up on the front row. Looks like Ray Kingsbury hasn't done much to challenge that lap time, so I'd say you'd be pretty safe. But we'll talk to you in about 3 hours probably.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Matthews WAC, provisionally P2, and like I said, Jake, not as fast as I would expect from Ray Kingsbury.
How did Utah State make a bowl game? What? Anyway, here comes Kingsbury wrapping up his this is his third lap around the racetrack, and so far a relatively solid lap. This third lap, 225.637, so right around the fifth position right now is where he's projecting, right around the Ethan Corder machine. And we'll see what he can do here on lap number 4.
Speaking of Ethan Corder, why not? Let's drag him in here. Ethan Corder, the first driver to run tonight. That was probably a stressful position for you, or did it relieve some of the stress that you had nobody to really bank off of?
No, there wasn't really any extra stress on that. I guess there wasn't really any benchmark to go off to, so I was just kind of going off what my practice laps were, and I think I got an okay time. There was a couple corners where I kind of missed it, so yeah, I really don't know where I'm gonna be after this. I'm kind of expecting myself to be in 30th, 33rd, somewhere around there. So, unless everyone has way better lap times than me, I think we'll be in the second line, unless things change dramatically. But I don't know. We just gotta see. We gotta see.
I think you're probably underselling yourself with 30th to 33rd, but you did stay ahead of Ray Kingsbury. He brought it to the line P6 there after his 4-lap run. That's way lower than I would expect from Ray Kingsbury, but for a driver like him who has so much IndyCar experience, I'd say to be ahead of him probably has to feel pretty safe for you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, like Zwack said, I don't know much about these IndyCar guys. I know Nick DeGroot. I've raced around him a couple Indy 500s or Indy Fix, so I know he's probably one of the favorites to win this race. But yeah, I undersell myself because I'm not a great qualifier, or at least I don't think I am. But well, like I said, we'll just see. We'll see how it plays out.
All right, good luck. No stress for the next 3 hours, and we'll see where you end up at about 11 p.m.
All right, thank you, guys.
Ethan Corder, provisionally P5, and the guinea pig, the first driver to go out. He didn't seem too stressed about it, though.
He did not. So, Josh Parker out there doing his lap time right now, and I believe this opens up our window here, Joey, where we step outside of the broadcast booth a little bit, get a little fresh air, and hand the microphone over, turn things over to Justin Prince, Derek Watson. They'll take you through the next hour or so. I'll be back with Joey Atterbury around 9 o'clock, and then Joey Tabin, you rejoin me you rejoin us at 10 o'clock for the madness and the lanes on pit lane. So, Justin, Derek, let's bring it on home for Josh Parker.
All right, go touch grass, Jake.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Jacob. Thank you very much, Joey. My name's Justin Prince. Alongside me is Derek Watson, as currently on the clock is Josh Parker. Very notable driver when it comes to the world, more so of eNASCAR competition we've seen in the past. Also seen him compete in FDF competition throughout the years as well. Currently, averaging speeds around 226.5 miles an hour through his first 2 laps, but the second time in the 39.7s. That time by the stripe in a 39.7 as well. Derek, glad to have you with us here for the FDF Rectangle 500 qualifying day as Parker looks to try and put him in solid time of the clock.
Yeah, Justin. It's been a really solid time so far watching him get around the track here. I'm excited to be here as well for the special event being put on by FTF, and excited to see what comes of it. I think we got the good hour, Justin. We're going to find out who really has pace. We're going to see where times start to fall. I'm excited for the 8 to 9 o'clock hour. I think we're going to have some fun.
I think we're about to see a very quick time here from Josh Parker because his last time was quicker than Harrington's third time. This is his fourth total time around the racetrack. The time is a 39.814. Move Josh Parker up to the top of the board. That is a bit of an upset, with some of the community favorites now getting shuffled down the pylon.
Yeah, it definitely can be seen as an upset by some. We're going to see the beginning here real quick of Henry Grindell coming out on track. But I want to talk for a second, Justin, as he's in his warm-up lap. There's a lot of predictions tonight about who will and won't be in the top 12. And I love events like this because a lot of people who don't race this car or this track come to these events. And we have a lot of surprises, just like that right there. Josh Parker putting it on top ahead of, two fan favorites, if you will. I love events for this reason.
A very quick time to start things off for this respective block as we take a look at Harry Grindell. He's out of the United Kingdom, currently in the midst of his first lap up on the clock in car 70. See him a fair bit on the community, known for the nickname Fire Truck 125, a very young driver on the platform.
Yeah, something to mention too, I was saying, and we saw this earlier, we've seen an Australian driver now, we've seen here from England. The time commitment to these guys to do events like this, Justin, is pretty cool as well. It's past midnight for this for Mr. Grindell.
At 39.7, which has been about the average so far, Derek, when it comes to the first lap qualifying times for many of our competitors. The top times have to be in the sixes.
I think you see the first lap time is equal for everyone because that's your normal base settings. As Joey talked earlier about your weight jacker and other settings or feelings about the car in your lanes. That first lap will be about the same. It's how you adjust on these laps in laps 2, 3, and 4 that I think really make a difference. And for drivers who don't know how to do that properly, that's the difference, I think, in making the top 12 and not making the top 12.
Last time by a 39.8. Put up by car 70. And for those just tuning in, Parker at the top of the board, followed by Harrington, Zwack, DeGroot, and Rocky. A mixture of FDF regulars and community regulars, qualifying very strongly so far for this event out of the 14 attempted. Car 15 putting up a 39.8. Very solid for the third lap, very consistent compared to the second. And when it comes to a time like this, what kind of goes through your mind to make sure you don't have that slip up, don't hit that little bit of curb to lose that half a tenth or a tenth?
It's pretty difficult, Justin, although it seems obviously like a rectangle, hence the name Rectangle 500. That can actually be the biggest problem in my mind as a driver, is that you have to make sure you don't just kind of zone out of what you're doing. This isn't typical qualifying we do in iRacing. This isn't 1 lap or 2 laps, it's 4 laps. And it's also a lap set where you have to make sure you're just zoned in. If you're a driver like me, you want quiet in the room. If you're with friends in Discord, you want to have that peace and quiet so you can focus in.
The qualifying time, a 39.9. That puts Grindell to 8th. With that, it's time for our first break in this qualifying set. Whole day continues after this. Welcome back to FTF Rectangle 500 Pole Day coverage here on FTFGG as we continue our action with drivers getting ready to hit the racetrack. Denny Thompson, Tyler Lehman, along with Seth Eggert, Blake Reynolds, Alex Kolinix, as well as Chevette are due up in the order as we continue through this session. Justin Prince, Derek Watson with you for this hour. As we continue moving forward. Just moments ago, it was Josh Parker who put up a blistering quick time. Parker jumping to the top of the board in total miles per hour. He now joins us here in the broadcast booth as we get ready to get qualified back rolling. Well, Josh, usually you're known more so for your skills in the stock car. Today, in the Dallara IR18, very quick in qualifying. How does it feel to be on top of the board so far?
Yeah, it's a shocker for sure. I'm not too good or well known with these open wheel stuff, so I actually sent a text over to my buddy JD Laird and was asking him a few questions and went out there, ran a few laps, and yeah, I mean, it's still a long way to go though.
What was some of that advice you received from JD Laird, who has some experience with the team that did do well at this facility this year?
I've known JD for a long time, and he's been telling me the same thing every time I ask him, and it's shut up and go fast. That's it. We made him go way back in the Ascors days, so I was just pretty much just bouncing some just ideas, not even really anything, just a couple questions I had that, to be honest, he couldn't really answer that well. So it was a moot point.
Okay, so very unhelpful. Okay, but how would you describe the feeling of this chassis compared to, say, the stock car, for those curious?
This is fun. This is really fun to me because the aero is, I feel like it's 10 times worse, but there's ways around it. You have some tools, there is a fixed setup, but you have some tools to, tweak to your driving ability, and I've always been one to drive in loose cars. So I enjoy racing. Doing these, I probably do 1 or 2 a year in these Indy cars, but when I do them, I enjoy them just for the fact that I can kind of adjust it to the my driving style.
Now that you've got yourself potentially very strong track position in a few days, what's kind of the thought process now that you've got the track position, so to speak?
Yeah, to be honest, I'm on a work vacation this week, so it really gives me a good chance to run something like this. I always enjoyed the events that Justin puts on. So, yeah, I mean, the track position is going to be huge. To be honest, I'm not going to even remember after tomorrow, hopefully, right? That's the goal on work vacation. So we'll go celebrate, being locked in, I hope, quote unquote. But yeah, those track position shoes, like I said, goes back to the aero. Just to be able to race from starting up front, that's huge. With the the caliber field that we're gonna have, its track position is gonna be huge. It's gonna be so hard to pass, and we're gonna be using our weight jackers and our little tools we have inside the car to work around it. But there's only going to be so much. It's going to be so hard to pass. So hopefully this puts me in the top 10 and we just stay out of trouble and just work from there.
Well, we'll let you get back to your team. Thank you very much once again for the time. Congrats on the qualifying run.
All right, thanks guys.
That's Josh Parker currently at the top of the board, as currently on the track is Danny Thompson. Danny Thompson not having the cleanest of runs so far, however, currently running towards the bottom of the board, a 40.4 to start, a 39.9 on the second lap, Derek. Not what they were maybe expecting here.
No, and honestly, not what I was expecting, Justin. While you were having that interview there, I had noted that he had taken the full pit road access ride to get off track. We've seen some guys, you are allowed permitted to get up on the track between 1 and 2 on your warm-up lap. Some of our faster guys have not done so, so I was expecting a big run here, but not the case so far.
Our 39.957 put up that time by Danny Thompson. And you have to be so precise with these movements for a reason, especially when it comes to this track, as Josh just talked about. You need track position to race here with the aero effects in the traffic. It's hard to go from back to front.
It's incredibly hard, Justin. It's in my mind, this car track combo is one of the hardest on the oval side because of the dirty air and just how awful it feels. But on qualifying day specifically, you really got to be careful with your movements not to scrub speed while you're digging too hard in a corner or making too many moves. So yeah, there's a lot of strategy that goes into this, despite what the image may appear of just 4 laps around the track.
So that was a 39.9 once more. The average in turn, the slowest out of those with a validated 4-lap run. Now on the racetrack, a very well-known name to those in the iRacing community, it's Seth Ager. Seth Ager, of course, covers a lot of virtual competitions across the platform and has for many years as part of this community. First joining the platform in 2011, eventually ran for various different NASCAR teams before making his way most recently to Kicking the Tires. He also is somebody who covers just about every single virtual event you can think of here, while also being an administrator apparently for a community college in Mooresville, North Carolina.
Yeah, in fact, I'm sure somewhere there'll be an article on this event, just like there is every other event or every other big, broadcasted event you can think of, Justin. So we'll see what he does here. Seth, despite all that, something to mention, he's still active as a driver. I hear you say all that, and I'm exhausted just hearing it, Justin, and he still finds time to drive.
Does well whenever we've seen him in special events across the platform. Races a ton with this chassis, loves this car. 39.750, same time as Ryan Rocky's first lap. So a decent benchmark to start off the run for Eggert as he clips the curb.
Yeah, that'll be a little bit of a hit to the time and speed probably. So I do want to note, if you're new to the broadcast here tonight, maybe you're just tuning in, we're going to talk about times and lap times live as they happen. But on the leaderboard, you're going to see speed. And it's equivalent to the same thing, but in true fashion of these IR18s at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, we're going to show speed up on the ticker. And that's how the order will be set. It's essentially the same thing, just a different method of displaying it.
That's the traditions when it comes to the place where you can find plenty of bricks. A 39.843 that time by for Eggert. Mooresville, North Carolina-based driver doing well with his qualifying performance, to say the very least so far. And it was talked about the field is extremely talented. And he's gone through moments of heartbreak at this facility where he's been in contention for victories here in the past. He's wrecked twice. He's run out of fuel here. He's had technical issues at least 3 times. At least 4, depending on how you determine the technical part. Cautions. You never know what can happen when it comes to these races. 39.873 last time. But he's lost in almost every way you can here.
And of course, as the iRacing community is aware, this is, I think it's fair to say it's our last week of having these events be broadcast on the service. So there's a lot of pressure on these drivers to perform, because in a way it feels like the last time. There may still be unofficial events, but it's not going to be the same as the big events that have been broadcasted by FTF and others. So a lot of drivers, I think, are going to feel the pressure. I think as the week ramps up tonight, and especially Friday night for the actual 500, I think there'll be a lot more pressure maybe than normal on some of these drivers to perform.
Speed average put up by Eggert of a 225.877 after his 4 laps. Lap times were solid. Mid-pack, though, for the qualifying lap up on the board. That brings up the technically now former eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series driver Blake Reynolds. Also ran his own league throughout parts of the year. He representing Jim Beaver Esports, the team he's been with in the eNASCAR competition for a couple of years now in those stock cars.
Yeah, I've known Blake for a long time. We've been friends and chatted, and he's really been a good person. So announced his retirement from eNASCAR at the end of this past Coke season, and now he's going to attempt to make his way into the Rectangle 500.
Expecting big things from Blake Reynolds when it comes to anything with the steering wheel on it. First time around, 39.710 in terms of the time itself. Seems very smooth on the movements. That's amongst some of the top times we've seen on the first lap for reference.
Yeah, that's a very good first lap time, Justin. We'll see how he adjusts here and if he moves that weight jacker appropriately. And we'll talk about that in a little bit before our hour is up, by the way, what the weight jacker does, so everyone kind of gets it. But I'm excited to see. As you said, Blake is one of those guys who seems to be talented in any kind of vehicle. There are drivers who are talented in something, and there's a few of them, and Blake is one of them. There's a couple other eNASCAR guys that come to mind who are kind of talented at everything.
He also runs a lot of road course racing too, to boot. Near identical on that time around. Both his times.
This is looking good.
Looking really good.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off. We got to get this chemistry back. Sorry to cut you off. This is looking really good. I'm really excited to see. This is not a name I think that some people were talking about when we talked about the people at the top of the leaderboard earlier. You know, that being Harrington and Zweck and De Groot. But I think Blake could surprise some people and maybe lock himself into the top 12 here.
I think there's a strong chance too. Let's see how the third lap plays out this time by the stripe. That time in the 39.8, a bit of a drop off. However, it's still in the ballpark of Connor Harrington's time. He's just trying to remain that small distance away from the wall as well to make sure he gets the right arc for 3 and 4.
Yeah, you know, that's something I meant to talk about earlier as we're watching some of these drivers come around. There is something to be said. You can kind of visually see a run, and you'll see people in the Twitch chat talking, oh, this looks really good, this looks really good. And a lot of that has to do with, Justin, with how close you're willing to get to that wall. You're willing to save a little bit of speed and get up to that wall.
Oh, a really good fourth time, 39.845 on the time. And the speed is in the top 5, 226.1 on the miles per hour. Impressive time from Blake Reynolds that puts him up towards the top part of the board. That brings up Alex Kolinix. Kolinix with a bit of a tie-dye look on his number 12 machine, driving for Premier Racing setups.
You have to think that's a spotter-friendly paint there, Justin.
Well, it is. It definitely is. But here's the thing. He's mentioned throughout the year, if you think to Winstell competition, because of some of the partnerships he's had this year, including that on the car tonight, he has vastly improved. He was one of the most improved drivers in Winstell from the first part of the year by the time we got to the finale.
Yeah, very much so, very much. And by the way, we should do our own cheap plug here. You know, Jakey Pitts got in his plug last hour for the FTF 500. Of course, that comes up in early February. You and I are back on like a week and a half or so for the Winstell 400 here on FTF. So I think we get our own cheap plug in there during this broadcast.
Of course, Winstell 400 competition, getting itself prepared. Always expected to be a big field. It's 11th consecutive running, longest running hosted Daytona event on the platform. Yeah, more details coming up within the new year. Kolinix, meanwhile, FTF regular. Looking to put up a solid time, this time around up the board. This time at 39.6, that is even quicker than what Blake Reynolds started off with. In fact, that's again in the ballpark of Harrington and Josh Parker.
Sorry, I was trying to math real quick. At 39.6 might be the fastest first. What are we at here? It's our second or third fastest first lap. I was trying to skim the times real quick. I apologize for the break in the words there, but that's a great start here for someone I have a lot of respect for as a racer, but did not see as someone I thought would be running this fast, honestly.
39.748 that time by on the time. It's third quickest overall that first time, by the way. But again, we talked about this with Alex throughout the year on FDFGG and throughout the Winstell competitions, improving a lot of those steering movements, trying to prevent the wear on the tires, etc.
Yeah, and as I sort of hinted at earlier, that's a big part of IndyCar qualifying is speed matters here more than probably anywhere on an oval. Any speed you don't scrub is valuable here.
Alex Kolinix trying to come across the stripe once again. This is his third time up on the board, another 39.7. Right now, the average mile per hour is in the ballpark of a top 5, top 6 run so far for car 12.
Yeah, as I'm watching here, Justin, I mean, when he's hitting, 225s in the corners, 230s down the back straight, he's got to be really stoked in this car right now. If he even knows where he sits right now, he might he might not know until he gets out of the car.
Well, we're about to find out where he lines up on the board. Started off with one of the best first lap times in this entire qualifying session so far. The fourth time is a 39.8. Move him to second. Alex Kolonix continues the momentum for some of these drivers. It's an actual tie. It's a 2:26.343. It's a dead tie for the pole.
That is impressive, Justin. I mean, we have a couple hours of qualifying left to see if someone can beat it, but it's unreal to have a tie here. And you see him kind of took the beginning of the road course to celebrate, but that's a great run by Alex.
As perfect you can be, to say the least, as now the pressure is on for a fellow Twitch streamer on the platform when it comes to the virtual world, an ESDA commentator, also a driver in core. This is Ian Platch, the Chicago, Illinois-based driver, very much well known in the community when it comes to his racing, is looking to be simply, well, he said, "I'm going to bin it, baby," when watching alone earlier tonight. Kevin McAdams' feedback, hit the pylon.
That's good feedback. Just want to point out, by the way, it took to the 5th decimal point, we're being told, Justin, to settle the tie between first and second place.
Oh my goodness, look at how tight that is. That is, what is that? 3 10,000s? 3 100,000s?
10th, 100th. Where's Jacob Hitz to do math when we need him? I don't know what that is. Jacob Hitz loves math. Bring him back in here.
Give him a minute. Now, still though, Ian Plash, as this is all going on, puts up one of the best first times as well. Another 39.6, his personal best so far amongst this grouping. A 39.7 last time by the stripe. Plash is doing well as well.
Yeah, Plash, of course, as you said or hinted at, is a veteran of the service, been around for a long time, well known within the iRacing community, has made some videos, and a very good driver who I think picks his battles, so to speak, of when he appears and what he races in to a certain extent, but I'm not surprised by this at all.
Those carries, it is 3 100,000ths of a second towards the top of the board. A 39.8 for Plash. Plash having a bit of a slide back compared to the start of this respective qualifying run. Lots to say in the midst of this, in what has been a very qualifying filled and very wildly filled pole day so far. Ian Plash coming out of turn 4. A little bit lower on the miles per hour, coming out of turn 4 by half a mile per hour. Windy City-based driver, another 39.8. Where does that put Plash? That puts him in the top 5. How about that for Ian Plash?
Yeah, this field is coming together nicely, Justin. We're going to start to see some surprising names at the top and some surprising names on that 12th place cut line who need to try again tomorrow.
Meanwhile, up on the track now is a YouTube on the platforms. Races alone in iRacing these days for more so the AI competition. But is a Canadian who races in core. In his FDF debut, this is Gary Owen. Gary Owen popularized himself on various different racing platforms with his sim racing content as well as with his career mode content. Actually, with the AI, has started his own career mode, so to speak, within the iRacing platform with the Cup cars in the NASCAR stock cars.
Such a cool thing to see, Justin. In some ways, it's what some people think, in a way, is missing from video games, is that idea of career modes.
Absolutely. People have that ability to follow along through the pipeline, such as that. 39.7 put up by Gary Owen, that time by at the stripe, by the way. First time up on the board. But speaking of the qualifying board, many drivers, I think, hungry to discuss things. Alex Kolonix now joins us in the broadcast booth. Alex, 3 100,000ths. How are you feeling?
Yeah, a bit painful. Probably could have went faster the first lap, I think. I might have had the ARB a little bit too low for the first lap, but man, that's painful to be that close.
Talk us through the preparation for this, because you were even quicker than some of the top drivers in Community College near Harrington. What was that preparation like for you and your team for this event?
Well, I personally just sat for most of today just running 4-lap runs and literally analyzing what each corner does when you put the car in certain places around it, and thankfully I was able to refine it and get the setup in a way that I could. Only found out in this session that I was able to adjust things to the car, so luckily I did try that out a little bit when I was testing.
It was an amazing run, to say the very least. And how would you describe your feelings with this car? Better yet, what was your experience prior to this week with the Delara IR18 chassis?
Oh. Well, that's a fancy little question you asked me there, because I could tell you borderline none. I think I've ran a combined 3 or 4 races with this car, all on the ovals, and 2 of them were here at Indy, and both times I crashed lap 1 into the corner, so little to no experience.
Well, great positioning as a result of that respective run here. Expectations now for a few days' time, depending on how things shake up the rest of the session.
Well, for one, I'm definitely going to have to be practicing how this car reacts in dirty air. That's probably my biggest weakness. I'm just not used to how dirty air works, considering my experience with the NASCAR vehicles, and they're much less effective dirty air in comparison to these things. So that's probably target number 1. But target number 2 is hopefully just start out front so I don't have to deal with it. That would be the ideal scenario.
Well, thank you very much for the time. Congrats on the qualifying run, Alex.
Yep, thank you.
Alex Koenig having a strong qualifying run, putting it within range of the top time in the session so far. Gary Owen, by the way, his average was in the top 8. Now on the racetrack here for this respective time around the facility is this yellow machine. This is Jake Poulin, doing last time by a 39.7. Jake Poulin, very much a regular when it comes to FEF competition, a big part of this organization as well from the state of New Hampshire. Keep in mind, in FDF competition this year, Poulin's luck was not the prettiest. Was in a fair bit of attrition towards the 20s.
Yeah, I had some bad luck, but that can easily turn around, and a win in a special event can always help your confidence a lot, as we end or, in some ways begin the new year, Justin. Speaking of special events, I want to take a second and catch up with someone who's no stranger to special events. In fact, he did a 24 Hours Daytona twice solo, I think in 15 and 16. Ian Plash, you're almost top of the board, I think P5 currently. How was that run?
Man, my first lap was just so solid. That felt so good when I looked down the back straightaway at my corner. I was just so zoned in on what I needed to do. I wasn't even paying attention to times. I saw that 6.8 and I was like, oh boy, this might be something here. So just trying to compose it the best I could. I had a really small unfortunate bobble on lap 3. Definitely felt the scrub in the middle of turn 1 there. I think that's what killed the rest of my run, but hey, this is good. I think this all but guarantees that I'll be in the show at least, and this has a fighting chance of even making a top 12 shootout tomorrow on this time. I'll keep my eye on it. I'll definitely be running second lane for the rest of the 2-lane qualifying later in the day, but this feels good from somebody who hasn't run this car at all. I did my first testing yesterday, and I put it down on P4 for now. I'm thrilled. It's exciting.
You sort of took my next question, but that's okay. I was going to ask, with your time set right now, do you feel the need to be back out for second lane qualifying? Or are you confident, or is it going to be based on what other people do, or what's the plan for the night?
Oh yeah, no. The plan is I'm never going to put that in the left lane. I'm never going to give up my time to try to put it in the top 12 show. I'll go right lane as quick as I can and see if I get another chance at it. But if I don't, I can rest easy on this lap and see what we can do. Hopefully tomorrow with top 12. But if not, I'm definitely in the show on Friday. So that's exciting.
So in a way, to wrap up here, Oski, this is sort of one of the last special events in this car and track combo. do you feel more or less pressure to perform here than some of your other special events, knowing that this is sort of the end of an era?
Oh yeah, no, I would definitely like to send this combo off big. You know, I just more or less just want to have fun with it. I want to enjoy it with a couple of the good friends out here. I got a couple of Core League homies making runs. Gary Owen putting it down P9 so far. So, you know, just here to have fun, here to enjoy it, and just kind of soak it all in. And I hope this isn't our last hurrah forever, but if it is, you know, I want to put it down and see what happens.
And well, good job tonight, and thanks for stopping by.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me.
That's Ian Platch, currently amongst some of your top qualifiers in this session. Last driver on the racetrack put it mid-pack, by the way. Jake Poulin currently in the top 8. On track is Jonathan Oates, a 39.719 to start off. Jonathan Oates, also an FTF regular. In fact, last year's FTF Grand National Series champion from Anytown, California.
Yeah, we're seeing, of course, a lot of representation of the FTF regulars here. You know, obviously they're aware of the events that happen, and so they get to come out and participate. This was open to registration from anyone FTF or not, Justin, but this is a cool event. I'm excited to see the science and the thoughts. Whoa, a little far out there to the wall. Thought that was gonna be scary for a second.
Yeah, that was a little bit swirly there for a moment, trying to avoid that wall. We've already seen a couple drivers have the squiggles in the swirlies, especially up that track. You do not want to hit the wall, let's put it that way, because with this Dallara IR18, even a small hit can break your steering.
Yeah, and it sounds obvious, but I want to say it anyways, Justin. You don't want to hit the wall. You don't want to hit that curb in those corners. That curb will help you hit the wall. So that's a really tricky thing to get down there and get in that corner correctly and not touch that curb. And this is a good run here, all things considered. For Oates here. I mean, it's a 39.8 last time by. Maybe not the fastest we're going to see, but a nice solid run.
39.8 last time by, currently carried speeds of more than 230 miles per hour into turn 3. Comparison Oates' best time in this qualifying run so far is amongst the top 10 quickest laps turned. Where's Oates going to land up on the board? Times have been consistent. Currently his average is around that top 10 point, another 39.8, very consistent from Jonathan Oates. Jonathan Oates and his speeds put him around the mid-pack once more. In fact, to 7th amongst your higher end of that part of the field. Qualifying continues next for J.D. Laird. J.D. Laird, a very familiar face on the community as well. J.D. Laird known more so for his graphical designs, but he, on the sim racing side, has been someone very active behind the scenes when it comes to NASCAR competition, spotting for Donovan Strauss, as well as for Daniel Buttafuoco. His designs have been featured in NASCAR and ARCA in USAC competition, etc. Oh, and he also is really solid in dirt racing.
It's always fun to sit back, Justin, and listen to the resumes of the individuals involved in the iRacing community. And this is a very tight-knit community. I always like to joke that everybody knows everybody, or if you don't, you're one contact away from knowing everybody. But it's amazing to hear all the work that gets done, whether it be broadcasting, whether it be painting, whether it be, setups, spotting, that turns into real life experience. I mean, we've seen here, JD has some paints done in real life. There's others. There's Cosman from Splash and Go who's had paints done in real life. Oh, I heard a motor. That must have been someone on pit road. Sorry, I got scared for a second.
Yes, someone blew the motor because they left their car on in pit lane. They've already reset. Don't panic.
I was busy yapping my gums and thought JD hit the wall, and I got really scared for a second.
39.79 last time by. Both times in the 39.7s, in fact. So those average speeds around 226.3 so far in these respective laps. Good start for Laird. He has had some strong momentum when it comes to some of the drivers he's worked with. It was already mentioned that advice he gave to Parker, in fact.
Yeah, shut up and go fast.
And he's going fast so far. Although that one was a little bit squirrely, might cost him half a tenth.
And it sounds sarcastic, by the way, Justin. I want to talk about that. They shut up and go fast advice. That sounds sarcastic and cheesy and funny, but man, that's true sometimes. Sometimes just sitting there, focusing on what you're doing, don't worry about all the minute details, and just go fast. It'll come to you. Sometimes as racers, we get so involved in wanting to know every minute detail of what's going on around us or in the car or outside the car that I think it's more of a distraction than helpful sometimes.
39.862 close out the run. JD Laird up to 9th. Solid positioning. There's already been a driver who just used a mulligan. Jordan McGraw has already been told he's used the mulligan as a result of what happened when he tried to leave the pit lane moments ago during the final lap for JD Laird. So we'll see how things play out for car 34. The reason for the mulligan? This happened in turn 3.
Yeah, thank goodness for the mulligan for some of these drivers. That's our second or third one of the night, JP, but that's easy to do and unfortunate when it happens. But hopefully now he's got it under control and can use this mulligan appropriately.
We're talking about this on a lot of these warm-up laps. That's been the danger spot. Drivers have nearly spun it several times in turn 3 tonight.
See, I know they hinted at it in the first hour, Justin. Maybe this is a good time to talk about it. One of the things that this car has that's unique to it, or unique to some of us at least, is the weight jacker. If you're a stock car fan, I think, Justin, the closest we could call it be like a wedge adjustment, but it's live. It happens in the car. You can adjust it second by second or lap by lap, which is probably what you should be doing in this car. And that affects how well the car turns. And sometimes drivers forget to reset it. And those kind of things can happen where they just lose the car like that.
They're able to recover for now to be able to get the start of a lap time going. Someone with experience in eNASCAR competition on other platforms, runs a lot with this chassis, is also a spotter in the Core Series. Starts off with a 39.764 up on the board. Another wiggle though in turn 1, so a little bit shaky here when it comes to McGraw. Straight line speeds there, but you can see right there just not as comfortable in the corners maybe, Derek?
No, probably not as comfortable in the corners. And that can happen sometimes, with all due respect to Jordan, where sometimes you sign up for an event like this because it's special and you want to run it and you want to honor the tradition of the event, but maybe you're not that comfortable in the car and you have to kind of fight your way in. That might be what we're seeing here. I mean, oh man, just a little uncomfortable in the car. Now, the other thing that could be happening, Justin, to talk about real quick, you and I talked off air a little bit about force feedback. And of course, it's a thing in iRacing that we all benefit from, or I'd say 99% of us benefit from. But this car specifically has much different force feedback settings than your typical stock cars that a lot of us run. And if you don't change that, you can be really surprised by how hard it is to the car can end up driving itself from the force feedback. And that's some of the wiggles we're seeing tonight. Yes, some of it's weight jacker, but it's also force feedback driving the car for some of these drivers.
You need to make sure you have that experience indeed to do this right. 39.9 last time by, so McGraw slipping back in terms of the average times towards the bottom tier of the qualifying session so far. We're already quickly approaching that mark, Derek, as a result of how things have fared out, that drivers are already going to have to think about tomorrow.
Well, before we think about tomorrow, we think about tonight. We think about what we call the 2-lane qualifying, which is basically some of these guys can throw away their first time and try it again. Now, the benefit is you can get a better time. The negative is you're throwing away that first time. That first time is gone.
Yep.
So if you screw up the second time, that's what you're stuck with.
McGraw completes his run, 39.9. Last time around 20th up on the board. Drivers now taking a break. We'll take a break as well in turn. More coverage of FDF Rectangle 500 Pole Day continues after this short break. Welcome back to FTF Rectangle 500 Pole Day qualifying. As drivers sort themselves together for the next grouping of drivers, let's get the chance to talk to some of the competitors who have put up time so far. We talked about Nick DeGroot, who put up a very solid time amongst the top 6 currently. Someone with experience in this chassis on the platform over many years in the league scene. Nick DeGroot now joins us here at the broadcast booth. Nick DeGroot, good qualifying run. How do you feel about the nerves now with this event?
Yeah, I mean, I felt pretty good about it until recently. I mean, it wasn't my best run, but I was pretty solid all around. First 2 laps, I was much more happy with than the last 2, but now we're sitting down here in P6, and we still got people later who are going to be making, 2, maybe 3 attempts, and I was hoping not to have to do that. So I'm like, do I sit on it? Is it going to be good, or is there going to be somebody creeping up there and boot me out of the fast 12 here before the end of the night? And I really don't like being in that position, because by the time you decide, oh, I should probably join that lane, there's probably not enough time left, and you got to just deal with it.
A spin on the track for Marcus Ciasco, the first driver up for this respective session. They'll use the mulligan. How would you describe that difficulty with the start of these runs? Turn 3 seems to be very twitchy on the outlap.
Oh yeah, it very much is, and it's really deceiving because it's twitchy on the outlap, and then during the run, it feels so good. You just want to get lower and lower and lower, and if you start running over that curb, you're going to be spinning real quick, just like we saw there with Marcus. But you got to really be careful, because that grip, once it comes to you, it feels real nice, and it really wants to turn, but you got to be careful not to let it turn too much, because then you're going to be in trouble.
See the replay currently on screen involving that situation. And when it comes to a format like this, Nick, with this racetrack, with prestige of said racetrack, how difficult is to make sure you don't have that slip up? You mentioned it's solid time on the average, you felt. How difficult is that in practice, though, to make sure you nail that time in that moment?
It's so difficult, and especially I always get inside my own head, because I'll finish the first lap, and I remember when I was doing my run the first lap, I'm like, okay, that was faster than Connor's, and then I had to stop myself and be like, stop thinking about it, focus on lap 2, focus on the next corner, think about nothing else. And it's really easy to get distracted, start thinking about other things, or you mess up one corner and then you let it affect the next. You kind of just have to blank slate. Nothing in your head but the corner in front of you. You don't think about the corner after that. You don't think about the corner that just happened. Just the one right in front of you. It's really hard to do here for 4 straight laps.
Well, still plenty of drivers to put up times up on the board. Currently 25 total have attempted qualifying times. You mentioned the potential of trying to run again if you get bumped down here. Kind of still feeling that way, or how do you feel in terms of how this time could stick?
Oh man, I feel if I remain 9th or higher, I'm probably just going to sit on it and let it ride, and hopefully nobody knocks me out. But if I end up 10th or lower, I'm going to start seriously considering, okay, I need to get in one of those lanes and hope for the best.
Well, thank you very much for your time, Nick.
Yeah, thank you guys. That's
Nick DeGroot. Currently amongst the top 6 in terms of average speed on the board. Marcus Ciasco, for reference, last time put up a 39.888. Very twitchy, this qualifying run. He nearly spun it again on the warm-up lap, hence the slower run. So we'll see how Ciasco bounces here around the Westfield, New Jersey driver.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off again. So yeah, I mean, he's having a really hard time. This is obviously maybe a driver who doesn't have quite the experience that maybe Ian Plash or Nick DeGroot or others have in the car, because you can just kind of see that he's having a hard time here trying to figure it out. Still wants to make the event, but this time will probably be towards, I guess, the lower end of the board, Justin.
Yeah, Marky Mark currently with a 39.9 last time by as well. Once one of the drivers on the platform who came in during the wild and emotional roller coaster that was 2020. Now looking to try and show what they can do in this Dallara IR18 chassis. Setting things up, Ciasco, this time by across the stripe. Third time up in the 39.9s. Can't tell what's on that car, though. It's light blue. I think
It is very light blue, yeah.
Puffer Zone Racing. I think it's a puffer fish.
And a very aquatic blue to go with it, I guess.
How do you make sure you make... Well, don't let that puffer fish deflate with a run like this.
I don't know how you don't let that puffer fish deflate. I know that you have to make sure your own mood doesn't deflate when you have a run like this. You just have to now get yourself ready. Okay, you know what? We have the 2-lane later. We'll talk about that in a second, by the way, what that means again. But I think that's the mood to get yourself in now. It's just kind of taking a breath, relax, go shake off or walk off what's happened to you, and see what's happened. Speaking of someone who might need to do that, Justin, real quick, let's go ahead and bring in the driver of the 43 car, Nick. You start up tonight looking like a good time. Now, as last I see here, you are below the 12, I believe.
Yeah, I'm currently sitting 18th.
Now down to 18th. So obviously you're going to try 2-lane qualifying later.
Oh, absolutely. You know, it's like, I feel like it's not a great spot to be in where I am right now, because if I was near the top, I'd be pretty happy. But if I was near the bottom, it would be that, like, yeah, I can accept this. I need to run another lap. But right now I'm at that point where it's like, I have to keep watching it. Am I going to be in the 30? Am I going to be near the... I'm probably going to be around 33rd by the end of the night's where I'm guessing.
So if you had to put odds on it right now, of course, we're a little bit of time before that process begins. What's the odds percentage you do and don't go try again? What's the odds you throw away your time?
It's interesting. It's like, I figure right now I'd probably take the second line, but I have a feeling as the night goes on and more people put out their times, the lower it is, the more likely I'm going to go out there again, because there's some tweaks that I want to make, you know, force feedback, play with some of those in-car adjustments, see if I can just get another 10th or 2 out of that car, because I know it's there, it's just, it wasn't there when I went out.
So have you learned anything from watching qualifying here on FTF since you went out?
Absolutely, before and after, you know, just watching what everybody else is doing. I was talking with a couple other people, Jonathan Oates, Josh Stoltz, seeing what kind of, like, things they were doing, any setup things they were playing with. And it's like, you gotta kind of be collaborative, especially in a fun race like this. It's not for points or a championship. So
yeah, for sure. All right, we're gonna let you get back to your teammates and have some fun tonight, and I'm sure we'll see you later.
For sure. All right, thank you.
Thanks for stopping by. Have a good night, Nick.
All right, you too.
It's Nick Roden, currently looking to hold on to the time, but currently amongst that 18th spot. The last qualifier, by the way, was 23rd. Jeremy Clapper Newell, we just seen throughout that interview, slid to start off the warm-up lap, did not reset, is mighty loose this run. One of the slower first laps the entire session in the 42nd bracket. Looking to bounce forward here with these next 2 laps to try and salvage something.
What? I mean, pardon me. So probably what you're salvaging, probably, or what you're getting out of this now, is you're gaining knowledge, Justin. You're getting track time and seat time for that process later. That's what you can gain. I mean, after that first slow time, you're gonna have a hard time making the top 30 here, probably. But now you're getting knowledge, so you know what not to do in your second run.
See how this run closes out. Jeremy Clapper Newell, a Canadian platform. Troy amongst the 24th position fastest lap times. This time around, another 42nd lap time. Not a good run whatsoever for car 24. The second slowest with a valid lap time, 25th position. So that brings up a very colorful car. For one, Carson Bowers. Bowers, a professional kart driver for Team USA, competes all across the platform and the world. Was someone who raced in some FTF competitions last year. Also keep in mind, qualified for a World Championship in turn with Team USA as a result of his real-world experience. For those curious about the story about the car, he said, and I quote, "I am running a crayon car because JD Laird and Liam Brotherton say I eat crayons."
Well, at least there's a reason, right? I mean, earlier we joked that car was spotter friendly, and this is also spotter friendly. But I actually like the look of it, Justin. I think it's bright, it's colorful. it'll catch your eye. I think it's a fun car.
It's a fun car from someone that may or may not eat crayons, but so far, doing well to start off the run, Carson Bowers, somebody who is fairly young on the platform, but also is somebody who focuses a lot more so on the stack cars on top of the go-kart experience.
Yeah, I was going to say, not only a fun car, Justin, so far it's a fast car here. Have setting some good times here in the 39.7. It's maybe not our fastest, but a good solid run here.
Or anyone asked, no, crayons are not food. Do not eat crayons. They are poisonous. Please do not eat them.
Well, there goes my plans for later.
Oh my goodness. An hour 39.8 put up. Carson Bowers doing well.
I'll tell you though, while we're off topic for a second, our producer Zach, that's what he does instead of prepping sometimes. I'm gonna get I hate you later for that, but no, Carson's doing really well on this run here.
This time around, third time up in the 39.8, still keeping up consistency. And for those wondering, I grew up in the time when they were still toxic. They are apparently not toxic too much anymore, but you still don't want to eat them.
Yeah, so they're not a main dish. They're more of a seasoning at this point. That's like a nice little.
Oh my gosh!
Like a nice little color flake on the top of your soup is what Justin's saying.
Are you suggesting you use the rose-smelling crayons as a flavor?
It depends on what you're cooking and which crayon you use. Like maybe you need a little orange zest, a little lemon. It just depends on what you're cooking. Like if you're making a seafood soup, like a chowder, you might need a little yellow crayon.
As Carson Bowers throws his car into the grass, Carson Bowers with a very solid run on his clock, 10th best so far in the session. We're quickly approaching the 30 driver mark. Isaac Johnson now hits the racetrack, another FTF regular. Car 33 looking to showcase what they can do and move us away from the discussion of crayons. Oh my goodness, I never thought we would talk about crayons.
You got to keep in your toes, Justin.
Well, Isaac Johnson, we've seen have some eventful times in FTF competition over the years. Your thoughts on Isaac Johnson?
As you said, someone who's well known in FTF, someone who's had some rough races and also some positive races. So you got a nice job tracking out there, almost to the wall. That's a good sign there, Justin. We talked about that earlier in our hour broadcast here, that's how you get speed, is how comfortable you are tracking out. And I'd be curious to know, well, it's still pretty good right there. Yeah, look at that. Got to get down the corner, though. This is going to be a good run for Johnson here.
Now, Isaac Johnson looking solid so far. 7 last time by 39.7. Around the mid-pack of the first laps. And interesting enough, Carson Bowers is standing by. Why don't we bring Carson in? Carson, how's the taste of crayons?
I don't know. It looked pretty good. I mean, we're in the top 10, so just got to keep it there.
Indeed, a very colorful paint scheme tonight. How did the story of you liking to eat crayons pop up with JD and Liam as Johnson hits the wall?
It was kind of a big joke. We were watching one of our friends, Garrett Maines. We were watching him on Twitch, and we were talking about crayons because I'm pretty young on this simulator, and so I get made fun of a lot for being young. So the crayon thing got brought up, and we decided to run with it. I messaged JD, and I said, you know what? Why don't we run a crayon car for this race? And we threw it together, and here we are.
39.9 last time for Johnson. But how would you describe the feel of this car for you? Because it was mentioned you've had some experience with open wheel competition, more so go-karts. How would you describe the Door iRacing?
This car is definitely a challenging car to understand because at one point it's really tight or it's really loose. Luckily, watching some of these guys was able to make some adjustments to the car before he rolled out, and it felt pretty good. But this car produces such an X factor. It's just, it changes all the time. But, you know, it felt pretty good, pretty consistent for that run there.
Well, thank you very much for the time, Carson. Solid time up on the board, currently in the top 10 in the session. That's Carson Bowers once again. Oh, in this run, Isaac Johnson did well on that respective run. Just now did slide back in the final stages of the run, up to 22nd. As time continues on, and as Christopher D. Robertson hits the racetrack and joins the clock, it's time to be joined by our next rotation of fellow broadcasters up here in the booth. For the next hour of coverage, joining us for the coverage will be Jacob Hitz once more. He's joined by Joey Atterbury. And before I ask, do you eat crayons?
Can't say I have, but I heard that was a hot topic over this last hour. Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Derek. And as Justin just mentioned, Jacob Pitts and a different Joey alongside. Joey Atterbury joining me for the next hour or so here from Indianapolis. And we're a little behind on where we thought we would be as far as cars setting their times right now, but a lot has happened. We've had a lot of guys set times over the last several minutes, over the last hour since we last talked. Christopher D. Robertson out on the racetrack right now, Joey, and welcome to the program.
Thank you for having me up on here. I'm really excited to be joined here on this Rectangle 500 and see all the action over these next couple days.
Let's see, we're lap number 2 here for Robertson, 226.512, his speed on lap number 1. We'll see where he lands here as he crosses the yard of bricks, 226.040 on lap number 2. You see the top 2 on the board there, that's Josh Parker and Alex Kolonix. They have to be separated in the 5,000th bracket here, not 5,000th, but 5 decimal places because of how close their speeds are. Josh Parker just a hair faster than Kolonix, and that puts him right now on the provisional pole position. Remember, tomorrow we reset that top 12, whatever our top 12 is, and they will requalify, put down 4 more laps, and that will determine who starts in the first 4 rows on Friday. And if you didn't see it on the clock, as well, Robertson got the wall there in between turns 1 and 2. If you didn't notice on the clock, we'd have to add some time because of how far we are behind. So we added 30 minutes. We'll see what that gets us here. And right now for Robertson, completing his 4th lap, coming through 3 and 4, and we'll see where he winds up and where it puts him up on the board. Right now, I'd have to imagine you're inside the top 10, maybe 15. You're probably feeling pretty good about where you're at. Outside that, you could be in some trouble. 225.696 for Robertson, and that puts him right now in the 22nd position. So we'll likely see him later on tonight when we add the double lanes. So right now, coming onto the speedway, this is David L. Brown, who's well known in iRacing on the 1987 side of things, coming over to the Delara IR18s here trying to make the big show.
Jacob, one thing that I've really noticed here with these cars on the outlap, it seems like turn 3 has been pretty sketchy for a lot of the competitors today, but it seems like David L. Brown has got a good grip on things as he starts his first flyer.
Just have to see where things go, and so far we've been relatively clean with the cars on the racetrack. Couple of incidents here and there. Most of them have been on the outlaps. Only a couple of cars collecting the wall once they're finally up to speed. David L. Brown coming through 3 and 4, getting ready to finish his first lap on the night out of Peachtree City, Georgia. Now, based off of where he was supposed to be, yeah, he was supposed to run probably a half hour ago, but here he is only now on the racetrack trying to get to work. And after his first lap, His speed comes out to 226.706. A pretty fast lap number 1 from David L. Brown.
We'll see if he can keep that momentum up over these next couple laps here that are all timed off of speed, but pretty consistent first lap from David L. Brown. And I know that as the fuel wears off and you're just trying to feeling these cars out, some of these drivers are really playing with the weight jacker per corner, and we'll see what kind of speed plays off in this 83 machine.
And for those of you that may not be familiar with these Dallara IR18s, Joey, can you explain exactly what that weight jacker does and how these guys can use that while they're out here doing their qualifying?
The easiest way to put it is it's either going to help the car turn or make it turn less. That's the easiest way to do it. It's adjusting the ride height and the weight in the back, and it's basically allowing the car to turn more, but it also creates a loose condition. So if you start playing with that weight jacker the wrong way too early, it can really end up with a loose car. Or if you don't know what you're doing, you can end up with a tight car with just scrubbing speed everywhere, which is no good here at Indianapolis.
We've seen a couple of guys have some issues with that weight jacker, especially early on in their run, where they think they have it set up to a good spot, and then they run into trouble and wind up crashing before they get on to the racetrack. David L. Brown on lap number 4 down the back straightaway. You see the car just coming onto the racetrack behind him off the pit lane. That's Ryan Bile in the 23. He will start his first lap in just a moment. David L. Brown coming around to the start-finish line. Now we'll see here, because that 23 is pretty close to David L. Brown here. May get a little bit of a toe off that 4th lap from Brown into Ryan's first lap here. A 226.246 for David L. Brown. Gonna put him 5th, and we're gonna need to reset the run here from Ryan Bile. Just left too early. So we're going to have to do it all over again. So, attempt number 2. And here he goes.
Jacob, I love watching these cars on the outlap, and even coming out of pit lane there, Ryan was actually pretty squiggly coming out on the gas there, and coming through turns 3 and 4. This is the danger area.
And we've seen a lot of guys have issues, especially with that inside curbing. You just get a little too low, and it's calamity. But while able to get it going straight, and, well, now he starts his first official lap at the Art of Bricks, and we'll see what his first lap can consist of here. Is, again, he was let go a little too early, and he got the draft off of David L. Brown. Down the back straightaway, looking to complete this first lap. To turn 4, let's see where this 23 winds up. On his first lap to the Art of Bricks he comes. His first lap not the fastest. It's a 39.797 on the speed chart. Rather on the stopwatch. It's a 226.148 on the speed chart. So a first lap that's not looking too good right now.
I was watching that first lap from onboard too. It seems like he was really giving the curbs and the white line some extra space, which means a longer way around the racetrack too.
Lap number 2 at 225.570. He's tracking in the wrong direction right now. And as this session rolls along, it looks like we will be seeing Ryan Bile later on this evening. Coming to complete lap number 3. You're at the line. 225.316, and he's around off turn 1.
And just had a big moment through the apex of turn 1. Stands on the gas, but thankfully loops it down to the inside.
Doesn't hit anything, but that's going to end the run of Ryan Bile. He will get a DNQ out of his first attempt. So he will drop to the back with Jay Cook. Remember, Cook just abandoned his 4th lap, not realizing what lap he was on. This will send Logan Helton onto the racetrack. He's getting up to speed right now, and we'll get a replay here of what happened here to Ryan.
Jacob, I was noticing that Ryan was really running the middle of the racetrack, and I wonder if his car was just a little bit too loose for his liking. He couldn't get down all the way where he needed to be, and it just seemed to step out on him in one.
Starting lap 1 for Logan Helton. Another FTF regular. Helton out of Milton, Florida. Made a run in the playoffs in the Barbizzo FTF Cup Series this year. After a win back at Gateway, went to victory lane a couple more times throughout the season. Trying to put himself in a good spot here for the FTF Rectangle 500. Let's see what lap number 1 has here for Helton as he comes down toward the start-finish line to complete his first lap. Pretty quick one. 226.712. Just a little bit off from the likes of Nick DeGroot, who's 7th on the qualifying chart right now. Felton can keep that up. He could put himself in a pretty solid spot.
Really hooked up through 3 and 4 and seeing some great top speed coming down the straightaways from the 063. This should be another fast lap for number 2 for him.
It's a 226.364, the exact speed that Nick DeGroot had on his second lap. We'll see what lap number 3 provides here for Helton. As here he comes now through NASCAR turn 4. And, well, I guess regular turn 4. Oval turn 4. Rectangle turn 4. And at the line, his speed, 226.136. Faster than DeGroot's third lap. So we're in business here for a fast go from Logan Helton, depending on the other end of the speedway here on his last lap. Here comes Helton off the corner. Really nice exit. And to the line, Logan Helton. Is it enough for P1? P3 at 226.285. For Logan Helton, that puts him safely in a position where if we don't see him tomorrow, we should see him Friday.
I was just going to say he really got a good run out of 3 and 4 the final lap and really shows on the board.
Brian Kidda, next man on the racetrack. '66 machine out of Bartlett, Illinois, just out of Chicago. He'll take the green flag for his first lap right here at the start-finish line. Seems a little bit off mile per hour wise there at the start-finish line. Most of the fast guys have been hitting 2:31 by the time they get to the corner. Kidda just barely got to 2:30. Coming to complete lap number 2. Nope, lap number 1, rather. A 40.458. Not a good first lap from Brian Kidda. Just a 222.453 miles per hour out of everybody so far. The slowest first lap we've seen out of the drivers that have completed their run.
Turns 3 and 4 really seem to be a struggle point for Brian out here. This first lap, he really flirted with the wall, and the second lap wasn't ideal through 3 and 4. It's a little bit cleaner through 1 and 2, but he's got to tidy it up on the other end.
Oh, there's the wall. And that might be it for Brian Kidda, getting the wall. Since he had already taken the green flag, this would be a DNQ if he chooses not to finish this run. And it looks like he's just going to pull off and park the car. So Brian Kidda will not set a lap in qualifying. This opens up the door now for Michael Cozy Jr. to hit the speedway, the reigning Firecracker 400 champion. Yes, it was a season ago, the last time they had one, but nonetheless, in the meantime here, we'll talk with currently position number 3. That's Logan Helton in the 063, and looked pretty good out there. Probably one of the best runs that we've had so far. Take us through it.
Yeah, that was honestly, I wasn't really expecting that. I just got home from work like I don't know, maybe like 40 minutes ago, and I just put some practice laps down, and we ended up putting it pretty high up there on the board. The first lap definitely wasn't as quick as I wanted it to be, but maybe it helped out later because I didn't burn the tires off as much. So we were able to keep it pretty quick those last 3. But yeah, I didn't really have any big moments. So it was about as simple and smooth as I could get. And really the only thing, like I said, that I could improve was probably lap 1.
Now I imagine here that you may be done for the rest of the night based off of where you're at right now in the speed charts. But do you have any other plans the rest of the night if you need to go back out there? Or even if this doesn't lock you into the top 12 for tomorrow, you feel pretty confident that where you're at is pretty safe?
So this is going to be a little embarrassing. I don't understand how this works. What is it? Top 12 lock in?
Top 12 are locked in, and they will requalify tomorrow to set the top 12.
Okay.
If you're 13th on back, if you're let's say you're 13th.
Yep.
You're okay, but that means
Okay.
you are starting 13th.
Okay.
However, there is the opportunity a little bit later on tonight, after everybody has had an attempt.
See, I understand
for
this
people
part.
to get bumped out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, I didn't know about the top 12 thing, or I didn't understand the specifics, but I mean, if I have to go out and do another lap, then sure, but I'm pretty sure I won't have to. So I guess tomorrow I'll probably get some more practice in, make sure get my first lap good for tomorrow, I guess, if I'm understanding what you're saying.
So tomorrow you feel pretty confident that you could run for the pole?
I feel confident I could run for a top 5 starting spot. How about that?
That works for me.
A pole would be super cool, and I don't think it's out of reach, but I'm confident that I might be starting top 5.
Nonetheless, Logan Helton, pretty confident. You're sitting P3 right now. Best of luck the rest of the night, and we'll see. Maybe we'll see you tomorrow. If not, we'll probably see you Friday. Best of luck.
Thank you guys very much.
That's Logan Helton, currently sitting P3. Michael Cozy Jr., the man on the racetrack right now. This is lap number 3 for him as he crosses the stripe. A 226.752 on his first lap, a 226.256 on his second lap, a 225.943 on his third lap. We'll see what lap number 4 provides. But right now, if you compare that to your pole sitter in Josh Parker, just not quite fast enough for a pole, but he's looking mighty good, kind of along the lines of a Logan Helton. And we know Cozy's going to be fast in just about anything and everything he gets into. He brings the Altus Esports machine down to the stripe and at the line. That puts him 10th, a 226.187. That fourth lap kind of fell off a little bit, but Cozy puts himself in a decent position for now. He'll likely be safe as far as racing Friday, but he may want to go back out there if he wants to have a better qualifying position and potentially requalify for the Fast 12 tomorrow.
10th is looking okay right now, but you're right. We have so many more competitors out there probably going to be thinking about what to do later.
He may decide that, he's happy with just making the race. We'll have to see. Griffin Jones, the man on the racetrack right now. Out of Collinsville, Oklahoma. He's made 3 attempts in the iRacing Indianapolis 500s that have happened over these last couple of years. Finished in the top 11 each time. Looking to extend that streak here to the Rectangle 500 from Indianapolis as he gets ready to complete his opening lap.
Tracking pretty good on that mile per hour to start this qualifying run, Jacob. Headed into turn 1. Looks like he leaves a little bit of room on the table at apex in 1. We'll see if he closes it up to the curb in 2, much shallower in 2. I think this should give him a pretty good exit.
Yeah, 226.432 on his opening lap for Griffin Jones. He's going to need to keep it pretty consistent here in order to have a shot at keeping himself in the program. Lap number 2 in the books, 225.994. Lost roughly a tenth on the time charts on the stopwatch, but he lost about half a mile an hour in just one lap, and he's got to keep that pace up. Lap number 3. It's a 2:25.637. Gonna need some help on this fourth lap to get him in.
Yeah, you're right. Tracking a little bit further down the order. I think this is more like, if I'm gonna guesstimate here, maybe 20th to 25th spot is what he's tracking at right now.
Finishing his time here down the front straightaway. And for Griffin Jones, he's going to wind up with a 4-lap average of 225.866. Still puts him outside the top 20, and he will be in the danger zone when we get to the end of the night and we get to the double lane procedure at the end of qualifying. Here's Brandon Hawken, one of the Final 4 drivers in the FTF Bar Visual Cup Series this season. Very, very fast, known as a road course guy. But he is not afraid to give these Dallara IR18s a shot here. And if he carries over the speed from the next gens and from the road course racing he does, I think he'll be just fine at the end of this deal. He starts his first lap right there, rather, ends his first lap at 39.703. Not the fastest lap one, but pretty quick. Gets him up inside the top 10 as far as first lap's concerned.
Definitely makes him a contender. We'll see what he can do in the really meat and potatoes of this qualifying, because still got 2+ laps left here.
Down the front straightaway. So far, 35 rather, drivers have completed their efforts. This is attempt number 36 right here with Brandon Hawken. His second lap at 226.330. Put himself in the ballpark here for a pretty good run. Low ways behind DeGroot and Helton, who had faster runs, but that top 10 is getting mighty close, and it's just a little bit of speed that can be the difference as far as requalifying tomorrow and just being locked in to the show. A 226.102 on lap number 3 for Brandon Hawken.
Starting to tail off a little bit on lap number 3, but Jacob, he's still right there. This is still a good qualifying effort.
Nothing to sneeze at, that's for sure. Brings it around through turn 4 to complete his 4th and final lap. Down the front straightaway, let's see where he lands. Brandon Hawken, is it good enough for a top 10? The answer is yes. P5 at 226.269. Brandon Hawken firmly puts himself in the show and putting himself with the possibility, rather giving himself a possibility to qualify tomorrow for the top 10, top 12. So Brandon Hawken puts himself P5. We will step aside. A little over 2 hours to go. A lot more to come from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We're back after this here on FTF.GG. We're back here from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, qualifying part 1 from the FTF Rectangle 500. Josh Parker, currently your provisional pole sitter. Out on the racetrack right now, it's Josh Stoltz in the 99. Stoltz from Mooresville, North Carolina, a mechanic at the IMSA team Action Express Racing. Hopped around, was at Alpha Prime Racing this past year on the NASCAR Xfinity side of things. Here it comes to finish his first lap. And at the start-finish line, a 39.754 as his speed. That translates over to a 226.392 on lap 1 for Stoltz. Gonna need some help on the pace to get him in.
Gonna need to find a little bit more mile per hour. Looks like he's got it going down the back straight a little bit better lap 2, but lap 1's definitely gonna put him back in terms of the overall positioning.
And there are still a lot of drivers yet that need to go. Right now, let's see. A little more than 20 drivers still have yet to qualify in this race. Or rather, in this session. It's Josh Stoltz trying to finish his third lap right here. Down the front straightaway. And he will need a lot of help. At the line, a 39.898. That's a 225.575. He's going to be tracking right now outside the top 20, more than likely.
I think you're right. It's looking a little bit further back in the pack, and a driver that puts themselves in this situation, you know, it's good to turn these laps and try for this qualifying effort, but you definitely got to get your mind right for what's going to come later.
Down the front straightaway, finishing his first attempt, Josh Stoltz. Going to be outside the top 20 at 225.853. And that will put him 24th. Out of the some 37 that have completed a time. Nate Stewart, the driver on the racetrack now, the number 1 out of Kentucky. Let's see what kind of speed he has. Very strong in the Dallara IR18s. And a strong showing this year in the Bar Visual FTF Cup Series. It's Rookie of the Year this year. Lap 1 going to be in the books. As he comes to the yard of bricks, we'll take a look at the time. And his speed, 226.757 in the ballpark for another solid run from Nate Stewart. And this is one of the guys, Joey, that we thought may have some speed and more than likely was a lock to get into the race.
I think that your hunch is definitely correct. I'm seeing Nate really be aggressive with his lines on the racetrack, and he's also kept the mile per hour up, which is so important at this racetrack, and his top speeds have been really consistent throughout both of these first 2 laps now.
Second lap at 226.324. So there is some fall off, but a faster second lap than Matthew Zwack. Zwack sits 8th right now, even though Zwack had a faster lap number 1. Let's see what happens here with lap number 3 for Nate Stewart. After Nate Stewart, Cole Freilich, Matt Danson, Seth DeMerchant, Tyler Lannon. Tyler Lannon was supposed to go more than an hour ago, but he is finally in the session now, and will get his shot to qualify for the Rectangle 500 here in just a couple of cars. Lap number 3 at 225.881. He's fallen off a little bit more here on lap number 3. Let's see if you can hold on for one more lap.
Yeah, that third lap was definitely a drop-off in pace compared to his first two. Still looking to be solid on the board, but maybe not quite up there in the top 5.
Off turn 4. At the line, this will put him into P11, a 226.190 on a 4-lap average for Nate Stewart. Perhaps not as fast as he would have liked, but that puts him in a good spot to make the show. And while Cole Freilic's doing his lap, we'll catch up with Nate Stewart, who just set his qualifying time, P11 off of your first run. So I'm curious, is that it? You going to lock it down for tonight, or do you want to go back out there and think maybe you left a little speed out on the racetrack?
I think I'm just going to lock it down for tonight. I definitely was a lot slower than I expected to be. I had been setting pole times in practice, and then for some reason I just kind of choked right here. I got shaky legs before everything went off, so I think that slowed me down just a tiny bit. And plus, the track was a little bit tighter than I was testing in, so I mean, it was just a combination of factors that led to me losing that little bit, but I'm just going to lock it down here for the night.
Looking ahead to the rest of the week, obviously, that means an easy day for you tomorrow on bump day, and in a day that sets the Fast 12. You could still potentially hold on to these final 2 positions, but a lot of cars left to go. Realistically, still in a pretty good shot to make the show. We look ahead now to Friday. 200 laps, 500 miles around Indianapolis. Take us through the mindset, at least your mindset, going into that long of a race here.
I mean, the mindset really is just hang on to the car, keep it out of the wall, and all that. Track position is big here at the big rectangle in Speedway, Indiana. I won the second split of the big time slot of the Rectangle 500 officially this year, and I didn't qualify. I didn't start too good, but it was just a race of hanging onto the car and surviving. And I don't want to give away my secrets, but I think I have a leg up on the majority of the field in an area that most of these guys might not think. I'm sure DeGroot and Harrington and the guys that main the IndyCar are going to know what I'm getting at, but I think we'll be there on race day. I'm not worried about it.
Avoiding the chaos. Sounds like a good plan. Nate Stewart, thanks for talking with us, and we'll see you, if not tomorrow, if not later tonight, for sure Friday.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
That's Nate Stewart, currently sitting P11 on the board. Cole Freilich, the man on the racetrack right now, and set a solid first lap, but he has fallen off hard, almost a full mile an hour between lap 1 and lap number 3 on his final lap right now, Joey.
Hey, yeah, looking at timing and scoring, his first 2 laps were pretty consistent, but you're right. It just was a pretty big fall off in lap 3, and his lap 1 speed isn't enough to carry that fall off.
Down to the start-finish line, and this will put Freilich with a 226.045. Cole Freilich is going to qualify right now 15th on the board. So he's on the front page for now. See if he's comfortable with that or not. And false start Matt Danson. He's got to back up here. Melillo wanted him to get a little bit closer there to the line. Now, he's good to go. So Matt Danson near Melbourne, Australia is where he's out of. And teammate to Michael Cozy Jr. got the grass there, it looked like. Coming up through, and oh boy, hang on, Matt.
He's got it pointed the right way on the racetrack now, which is important. You know, turn 3 is always a sketchy area, but really fast. Jumping back to the last qualifier, Freilich, his lap 4 time was actually faster than his lap 3, which was very impressive, and that's what got him that top 15 spot.
We've seen that a couple of times already tonight, where lap 4 time a little bit faster than lap number 3. Danson takes the green flag on his attempt, so he is committed here for these 4 laps. As I mentioned, an Altus Esport teammate to Michael Cozy Jr. Cozy sits 12th on the speed chart right now at a 226.187. Down the front straightaway to the line. 226.506. Not the fastest first lap that we have seen, and Danson's going to need some help.
He's pretty loose off a 2. He saved the car 2 or 3 times there. We'll have to see what that does for his lap time.
Through 3 and now turn 4. As we approach roughly 2 hours to go. You're from Indianapolis. Lap 2 in the books from Danson at the line. It's a 225.960. Tracking in the wrong direction is Matt Danson as he gets close to the wall there on exit of turn 1.
I don't think that Matt is too happy with where he's got the car in terms of feeling and also track positioning. You mentioned it, flirted with the wall in between 1 and 2 that lap.
Off turn 4, completing lap number 3. .711, and around he goes. Got the curb, and Matt Danson keeps the throttle down and is going to spiral to the outside wall. Keeps it off the wall, but that is his attempt. He will DNQ. Now, onto the racetrack is his teammate, Seth DeMerchant. And we'll get a replay of Matt Danson here momentarily. Merchant had the opportunity to reset because of the spinning Danson, but he's going to go for it instead. He takes the green flag. And lap number 1 in the books. And for Seth DeMerchant, it's a 226.569, very on par with what Danson was looking at on his first lap.
I think where Danson really fell off was this lap 2. We'll see if Seth DeMerchant can drive it a little bit differently. He looks to be a little happier with his car out there on the track.
Lap 2, 226.210. Pretty solid run there on lap number 2. Might keep him in the ballgame.
You took the words right out of my mouth. It's a solid lap 2. Still have to get down through 3 and 4 here on lap 3, and then a whole nother lap after that.
Down the front straightaway, really close to that outside wall. Lap 3. It's a 225.938. Hanging in there. Last lap.
I tell you what, he's really flirting with the walls off of 4 and then also off of 1 there. See if he can hang it out through 3 and 4.
Trying to put himself in the show. At least give him the opportunity to be in the show. Down the front straightaway. Seth DeMerchant. Is it enough? 226.125 puts him 14th. And Tyler Landon asleep at the steering wheel. He's supposed to be the next car to go. Meanwhile, the replay of what happened to Danson on his 4th lap. Just got the curb. And the curbing here at Indianapolis, all for show. It's lethal with these cars.
You called that live, and that was a great catch. It was just on that apex curb in turn 1, it can upset the aero platform, it can upset the suspension, it can do all sorts of funny stuff, and just sent that car around loose, and lots of pirouettes after that.
So Landon got the chance to go. As I mentioned, he was supposed to go more than an hour ago. But he's here now and gets his chance.
Oh, and he spins it off a 3 on his outlap. It's been such a danger area.
He does have the mulligan. If he wants to. This is his last shot. Here's your replay. Just on the exit of turn 3.
Now, Jacob, correct me if I'm wrong here. All of these competitors do get 1 mulligan tonight if something like that happens to them on the outlap.
As long as you haven't taken the green flag, absolutely. You can reset. You only get it once. So that second time, you better be perfect. Otherwise, you're going to be in trouble. So Tyler Landon gets rolling again. This is his second and final attempt. And again, for reference, Landon was supposed to go, as was DeMerchant, in the first hour. And, yeah, they didn't.
I think it's a testament to how many people love this platform and this car and track combination. It's great to see.
$20 cars to go here after Landon. Now, one of them in Thomas S. Aaron, he was supposed to be the second car on the racetrack. It's been crickets from him, I believe, since we've gotten going. Lap number 1 here for Tyler Landon. Coming to the line. Not on pace. It's 224.972. Gonna need a lot of help.
Oh, just a terrible turn 2, and this is going to be an even slower lap number 2. He's definitely going to have to look for something later tonight.
Use this as a learning experience. Lap number 2 at the line. It's a 2:24.394, so already losing time. Halfway home. He's got 2 more to go. After this, Michael Deitch. Let's see. Robert Lowry, as well as Bryce Saucier coming up. Nicholas Pressey and Ryan Pandicio all going to be going here shortly. Lap number 3 for Lannon. 2:24.523, so an improvement from lap 2 to lap 3. As far as lap times, overall lap times go on the day, Lannon has set the second slowest time. Only behind Brian Kidda, who set a 40.125 lap time. And, of course, he didn't finish his run, so he is going to be starting pretty much from scratch and will likely take advantage of the express lane when we get rolling. A 2:24.523 for Tyler Lannon's 4 laps. And that's going to put Lannon in the .39th position, last car on speed. There you see the breakdown of everybody. The tie for 40th are the 4 drivers that have not, attempted, but did not finish their runs, either because they didn't realize how many laps they had, or because of an accident. So here's Michael Deitch out of Long Island, New York, trying to put himself in the show.
Gonna have to see what kind of lap time he does here for his first lap time, but it looks like, turns 1 and 2, and also his outlap is just not in the racing groove with a lot of tire scrub, and this is definitely going to be a little bit more of a practice run, I feel, for Michael Deitch out there.
Yeah, this is not turning up well, at least through turn 1. A little bit better on this end of the speedway, but he's in the wall.
He just didn't get the car turned in 3 there, Jacob. Sorry to interrupt you there. He just didn't have the track positioning and hard into the wall.
And that's the run for Michael Deitch. 0s for him. He doesn't even get to complete a lap, but he did take the green flag. Here is the replay, and it was a very similar line from what happened in turn 1. Just drives it in, and it looked good here, and then it just kept going up the hill. Too much speed and hard into the wall, breaking the right front suspension on the car, ending his run. So, here's Robert Lowry. Just a reminder, only 46 days till the Bar Visual FTF 500 from Daytona. Registration opens on Sunday, January 1st, the year of our Lord, 2023. More info, go to ftf.gg. Can't wait for Speed Weeks to come around. And it gets really fun because after this, Blake McCandless has his event out in Las Vegas for 3 weeks. Then you have the iRacing 24 at Daytona. Then it's Speed Weeks. It's coming up quick. And before you know it, we're going to be right back to racing, and the off-season is going to be done. So here's Lowry on his first lap. We'll see what he can do. Lowry out of Connecticut, a video editor full-time. It's what he does for a living. This is just a hobby. And he's trying to make good of it right here and get himself in the FTF Rectangle 500. We'll see what lap number 1 does for him at the line. 226.097. Needs some help.
Needs some help indeed. I was expecting a little bit more out of lap 1 with how aggressive he was on pit exit, and unfortunately he was pretty wide and high up the racetrack through turns 2 on lap number 2. We'll have to see what that puts him in terms of time on the board.
Off turn 4 to complete his second lap here at the start-finish line. At the Yard of Bricks. Going to dip down into the 225s, a 225.502. If he can keep the speed up, maybe increase the speed a little bit here on lap number 3, that may put himself in a decent position where he just has to wait and see how other drivers do as far as lap times before he starts to worry. But here comes Lowry through 3 and 4. Completing his third lap here this time by. Still more than a dozen cars to go before drivers can start making their second attempt. At the line, a 39.937. It's going to be a 225.335, and at this point, Lowry trying to do everything he can to keep him as close to the top 30 as possible. Right now, I think he's going to be right around the line of doom, which is 30th. Obviously, for the drivers outside the top 30, they come back tomorrow and set the final 3 spots. Everybody 34th on back tomorrow, at the end of tomorrow, is going home empty-handed. And for Robert Lowry, he sets his time. He is 34th. He's got some work to do. A 225.525 on his 4-lap average.
Yeah, a little bit further down the order, but pretty consistent laps 2, 3, and 4. Just got to work on that first lap speed, really, and see if he'll jump up the board at all.
So here's Bryce Saudier. Down the front straightaway. And this is his first lap. He's starting right here. And a pretty good one as far as speed. See if you can maintain it all the way around the racetrack for these next couple laps. But the eye test, it looked pretty good coming down the front straightaway there, Joey.
Always watching the rev lights. You're always watching to see that top speed, and you're right. He's got this thing trimmed out pretty good, and we'll see what this first lap really does for him.
Return 4. Back onto the main straightaway. And this will be a good test right here at the start-finish line. For Saucier. 226.222. Not terrible, but he's got to keep that speed up.
I think it really puts him right in the middle of the field, but we've seen cars really drop off to lap 2. We'll see if Roger keeps the consistency.
Into turn 4. To the start-finish line. Halfway home. And his time gives him a 225.773, a massive drop-off there from lap 1 to lap 2 as far as trying to put himself in the show. Right now, he's looking to be right around the 20, the back half of the top 20s here. A little wiggle in 3.
Yeah, about 25th to 30th, I would say. That was, you're right, about an 800th second of a drop-off there to lap 2, and more problems here in lap 3.
One more to go. Nick Pressey getting set to go out. For Saucier, his third lap at 225.355. And he may find himself in the danger zone on the outside looking in, depending on this lap. Down the main straightaway for the final time in his first qualifying attempt. And this puts him in P33 at 225.618. So right now, on the outside looking in. Here's Nick Pressey coming onto the racetrack, and like there weren't enough J's in the broadcast booth, it's now the Jacob, Joey, and Joey show as Joey Tebbin rejoins us here on the broadcast booth once again, just past 10 o'clock on the East Coast. And Joey, we had a little bit of time, but still a lot of fun awaits us here from Indianapolis.
I hope you missed me when I was gone for the last 2 hours, Jake. I had a good 8 p.m. dinner, some lemon chicken, some bruschetta stuff, some microwave mac and cheese, and hopefully it doesn't come all out of my throat here while I shout at these race cars for the next hour and 42 minutes.
What a turn of events there, from lemon chicken, which sounds good, to microwave macaroni and cheese. Things just kind of went off the cliff. And
sometimes that's what you got to do. You got leftovers in the fridge, you got to do it.
Well, that works. Our thanks to Joey Atterbury. We'll see him tomorrow for Bump Day. And, well, Joey, I hope you had fun.
I always enjoy the time here on FTF.GG, and really looking forward to tomorrow, and we'll see you all then.
And Joey we'll refer to each other as exclusively our last names. Tomorrow I'll be Tebbin, you'll be Atterbury. We'll figure it out.
I love it. We'll make a plan.
We'll figure something out. Name tags something. We'll make it work. As here's Pressey going around the racetrack, his first lap at the start-finish line. A 226.523. Not a bad way to start, but he's got to keep that speed up, because there are a lot of guys in a close proximity right around the 225.8s, the 225.7s that are at the cut line right now. You've got 8 guys in the 225.8 mile an hour range right now, and they extend from 22nd to 29th.
Yeah, you're seeing a lot of these opening laps in the 39.7 second range, the 226.5, 226.4 miles per hour range. But the thing that's really making the difference is the continuation through the run. It's the consistency that really matters. We're seeing consistency out of Nicholas Presley here. He only fell off by about 0.3 of a mile per hour from lap 1 to lap 2. Compare that to Bryce Saucier from the previous run. He fell off a full half of a mile per hour. He fell off a full 0.5 of a mile per hour. So at least on lap 1 and 2, things are looking more consistent for Presley. This is looking more like a top 20 run.
Now, you saw it there. He blinked down the back straightaway. We'll see if that affects his time at the start-finish line. The 39.832 as far as time, so he does still set a lap. It's a 225.949 as far as speed. He's on the last lap.
Again, not much fall off from lap 2 to lap 3, only 0.2 of a mile per hour. This is looking very, very consistent. I can't really do that math in my head, but if I had to do it in my head right now, I'd say he's tracking at about just over 226 miles per hour right now. It's all going to come down to this 4th lap, but if I had to predict, I say he's around Ryan Naraki, around Owen, around Ethan Corder, 19, 20, 21st. That's where I expect him to be.
At the line, let's see where he goes. Nicholas Pressey goes to 14th. 226.127, a really good 4th lap. And that gets him a better spot, and that could be the difference between racing and having to re-qualify tonight or potentially tomorrow, depending on how many guys try to get themselves back in. So a great lap there from Pressey.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. It's all about the consistency across all 4 laps. From lap 1 to lap 4, Pressey only fell off by 0.1 of a second, or by about 0.7 of a miles per hour. That 0.7 of a mile per hour, that about equals off to 0.1 of a second. So Very, very consistent for Pressy, and that's the difference between qualifying 14th right now and qualifying 21st. That's how close everybody is in that region of the grid.
Ryan Pandisio on his first lap. So the rest of the order, David Cabrera, Corey Cook, Michael P. Frisch, Andrew Cootie, Brayton Lester, Timu Toika, Michael Klein, Justin Malillo. And then we finally open up the doors to our second round and to dual lane qualifying on pit lane, and I'm sure Justin will have a demonstration on pit lane when we get to that point. Opening lap for Pandisio. It's a 226.233. Gonna need some help in order to turn that into a positive run here in his first attempt.
Yeah, it seems much slower than Pressy. Like I said, we've seen a lot of these 226s and the low 226s to start the runs, but when you're up in the 226.2s, not in the 3s or the 4s, that tends to be the runs that are outside of the top 33. I guess while Brian Pandisio does go around here, we do have Nicholas Pressy hot off of the presses of his run here. Might as well talk to him for a little bit. Nicholas Pressy, I'm impressed, no pun intended, because that was one of the most consistent runs we've seen all night. Only 1/10 of fall off across the entire run. How'd you do it? How did it feel?
My secret was watching the first lap. Me and Bryce, we were running down a game plan all day today, talking about weight jackers, and then we entered the session and we realized that we've been practicing in temps that are 25 degrees off, 25 degrees lower than what we were doing test runs in. We ran very similar setups. I'm glad that I'm in. Hopefully, we'll work on the changes that we need to make to Bryce's adjustments throughout the run. The Speed Racer theme car, they're gonna have some work to do before the night ends, but I'm just glad that right now I'm in. This is a really good showing. The team needs some new sponsors next year, so hopefully this will turn some heads our way.
So do you think you're putting all the effort in Bryce for the rest of the night, or do you think you might go out again to try and break into that fast 12 shootout?
All the effort is gonna be on securing top 30 for Bryce. If there's time, I'll queue up in the slow lane or something, and see what I can do when I decide to crack it. The car was a lot looser than what we were practicing.
Looks like it's ended up pretty well for you. Congrats on the finishing up the run, and hopefully we do have some good luck for the rest of your team coming up.
Yeah, the boys in New York will be really happy with this one.
The boys in New York will indeed be happy. Nicholas Pressy, P14, and Pandisio just finished his fourth lap as well. Jake, he ended up, where did he? I'm trying to find him.
31st.
31st.
25.774. Now, David Cabrera is restarting. So he will regroup, come back to the pit lane. We'll go back to the cone, stop, and then get rolling. So if we can here, let's show the whole field right now. 47, 48 cars have made an attempt so far. You have a 5-way tie for 44th because those are all guys that have not set a time. Today, all we're locking in are 13th through 30th. So right now, everybody you see from Reynolds to Brown are locked in. Now, it's going to change here because we've got about a little more than half a dozen guys to go. The top 12, which is Parker to Cozy, they will requalify for the top 12 tomorrow. Everybody outside the top 30 at the end of tonight will have to requalify tomorrow and fight for positions 31, 32, and 33, which means 34th or worse, you are going home empty-handed and will not race in the first and only FTF Rectangle 500. Here's David Cabrera on the racetrack now, getting things going. Cabrera out of New York, New York. The place so nice they named it twice, and he's going to try and put that car in the show.
Sounds like slightly different parts of New York, from New York to Mr. Pressy before. I guess I should have asked what specific region we're cheering on from New York, but Cabrera representing the Big Apple. I'm walking here. I'll think of more references over the course of the run. I'm running out of ideas here. It's a concrete jungle where dreams are made of. I'm in a New York state of mind. Billy Joel.
According to Pressy, It's also New York, New York. So the Big Apple, it's the city for him as well.
Wow. The city that never sleeps.
Mm-hmm. And I'm sure that David Cabrera would like to get around this racetrack in a New York minute. His first lap, a 39.760. Translate that into speed. That's a 226.358. Gonna need some help here the rest of the way.
Yeah, I might need to go down to the New York Stock Exchange and trade in for a little bit more speed, but it's not a write-off. It's a decent first lap. That's all I can really say about it. Again, it's all going to come down to the rest of the run here. It's the difference between whether you're going to be like your fellow New Yorker Pressy, or you're going to be like one of the other drivers who fell off later in the run, like I don't know, who can I specifically diss who fell off at the end of the run? McGraw, I guess. He was an example of a driver who fell off a little bit more later on in the run. It's all about consistency. It's so hard to be consistent. Cabrera, not the most consistent in the world, fell off almost a full 10th on that second lap, so that doesn't necessarily bode well for the second half of this run.
This is lap number 2 that's completed, a 225.949. As far as speed, we'll see what lap number 3 provides here. Lap 3 in the books. And for David Cabrera, it's a 225.7 flat miles an hour. And right now, he's going to be staring in the face of the outside of the top 30 and needing to qualify himself either into the top 30 tonight or be on the verge of elimination tomorrow, fighting for the 12th and final row of the FTF Rectangle 500.
Ooh, I think he got on the wall out of 4 there. He got very, very close. I don't know if he hit it, but there was very near wall contact there.
39.980 on the speed charts, on the stopwatch rather, and that puts Cabrera 31st to 225.780. And holy moly, hello Matt Malone.
If that mistake didn't happen out of turn 4, I don't want to ditch Cabrera just yet. If he didn't make that mistake out of 4, he would be in the top 30 right now. But those are the tiny little margins you're playing with. One mistake, one corner, one little bit of tightness, and you have to lift to stay out of the wall. You're out. You got to qualify again.
We'd like to welcome a new audience here to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Qualifying day 1 from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the FTF.GG Rectangle 500. The event is Friday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Today, we set positions 13 through 30. Tomorrow, it's bump day, and we set the pole. Right now, on the racetrack, it's, Michael P. Frisch trying to put himself into a spot to race on Friday. Very, very fast in just about everything that FTF does, and he's trying to put himself in the big show.
Yeah, this is another one of those names that I would expect to circle to put in the Fast 12, but you can see the names that are on the border of the Fast 12. Reynolds, Michael Cozy, Nate Stewart, Jonathan Oates, even Nick DeGroot. All those guys coming in here. I would have said some of them were IndyCar favorites, some of them were favorites coming in from FTF, and everything else that those guys race. So Michael Frisch does not have a solid berth into the Fast 12 here. He's going to need to earn it. Lap 1 for Frisch. I don't think old Zach Johnson is on the spreadsheet right now, but I think it was decent.
A 39.746 as far as time. That's going to be around a 226.5, 226.4, a 226.438 as far as speed on lap 1.
Yes, that's not a very good lap 1 for Frisch. Even if he does keep that average up, that's not going to be good enough for the Fast 12. He needs to do a little bit of work here. Or actually, if he does keep that average up, if he does somehow do a 226.4 across all 4 laps, he could still make the Fast 12. But right now, things aren't looking good. Second lap for Frisch. Can he go quicker? No. He still falls off by about half a tenth of a second, about 0.3 of a mile per hour. This is not going to be a Fast 12 run for Frisch unless he can really turn things around.
Doesn't look like it. Tyler Williams had a similar a go at it. The problem is he hit the wall on his last lap. He went from what could have been a run inside the top 20 to a 225.003 4-lap average. So if Frisch can keep it off the wall, he may have a shot to put himself at least in the field if it's not in the top 12. Down the front straightaway to the yard of bricks. Starting lap number 4. His speed at the stripe, 225.7. He is right in line with Tyler Williams' lap. Williams made the mistake, though, on the last lap. It cost him 4 miles an hour. Let's see what Frisch does on his last lap.
Yeah, it's looked tidy throughout the entirety of the run. That's the good thing. It might not be rapid. It might not be the fastest run in the world, but I haven't been worried for him. I was a little bit worried for Williams, and you saw that come to blows at the end of his run when he hit the wall. But through turn 4 here for Michael P. Frisch, it's all looking good. Tracks out perfectly safely. This might not be the fastest run in the world, but it is a comfortable run. I think he's going to be safely in the field either way.
Frisch goes to P20, a 225.945, relatively safely in the field. And it'll be interesting to see if he decides to put together another run, if he left any speed on the racetrack. Corey Cook, the next driver to go. And a reminder, only 46 days to the Bar Visuals FTF 500 from Daytona. Registration opens up on day 1 of the new year, January 1st. That's this Sunday. For more information, go to ftf.gg. Can't wait to bring that race to you here. And as I mentioned a little while ago, Joey, it's wild. You got this race. Blake McCandless is doing his races from Las Vegas over these next couple of weeks. Then it's the 24-hour race at Daytona, and then it's Speed Weeks. It's incredible to think about how fast everything has flown by, and that, the break's almost done. We're getting back to work here pretty soon. While Corey Cook sets his laps, let's talk with the man that just set his, Joey, Michael P. Frisch.
Michael P. Frisch is indeed here. Another consistent run, but basically dead in the middle of the field, P20. Is that about where you were expecting to be?
Yeah, honestly, because we didn't put any practice or qualifying laps in. We just kind of went out there and sent it. So I was just getting the first feel of the car, so just hoping not to spin out, and we actually hit the wall on my out lap in 3. But we just sent it, and I think we put a pretty good, decent time in to make field.
So I got a very important question for you. Did you know that there's only 46 days until the FTF 500? Did you know that?
Yeah, as a 500 winner, looking really forward to that event. It's prestigious. A lot of people want to win it. They want to get their name written in the history books for that, because honestly, it's one of the events that that showcases talent, and put your name up there and etch it it's going to be pretty cool.
Yeah, I don't know. There was just an inkling in my head. Something was telling me that there's 46 days left. I don't know where that could have come from, but so are you feeling pretty good with that run right now? Do you think you'll go out again later on in the night, or are you just sitting pretty until race day on Friday?
I think I don't know. It's tough to say. Sitting 20th. Depends on the last couple of guys here. See what they can do, if they can pull a little bit faster times with me. But I think we'll be sitting pretty. We wouldn't have to go out there and do another run. But if that's the case, then we'll have to go and get a little bit more practice laps in. That's for sure. Because I haven't touched this car. It's one of my cars that I really don't race, because just how much dirty air there is in it, and I do not like that at all. But no, getting this on a send-off, you gotta put some time and effort into it if you want to be up there.
Trouble. Corey Cook, I think, forgot he had another lap.
Oh dear.
No, that was my worst fear, honestly, that I was gonna not go another lap, because I'm just so used to 2-lap queue, and that's it.
The last driver who did that as well was Jay Cook. So that's 2 drivers named Cook. Both forgotten that they had their 4th lap.
They're definitely cooking.
That's not what they wanted to cook. I'm breaking it out again.
It's like Russell Wilson, right? All right, well, Corey Cook goes from what could have been a decent position, didn't quite have as much speed, but at least would have been in a relatively good spot. Drops to last. Goose egg on the board. Andrew Cootie, the car on track, and starts their first lap right here.
I'm just glad there's no more drivers that have the last name Cook, because that is clearly a bad omen. It is not boded well for any of those drivers. But Andrew Cootie here, one of the last drivers in line here. We're really getting down to the last few. and then we get to go 2-lane qualifying. We get to start seeing some of those drivers that had bad runs, some of those drivers who had to pull off, some of those drivers who didn't have to pull off, maybe both cooks. We'll be seeing them get out here in about 20 minutes or so, I guess.
All right, well, Michael P. Frisch says he wants to talk more, so asking you
Welcome
shall
back.
receive, and there you go.
I appreciate you bringing me back in. Another 500 coming up. That's going to be on this channel. The Legends 500 for LOTF. So if you guys haven't signed up for that,
gosh.
We have qualifiers and heats and everything, all that. It'll be a nice little payout. But I mean, come on. 87 cars at Bumpy Daytona for 200 laps? Come on now.
What could possibly go wrong, right?
My arms hurt already.
I know. We've been doing 87s are at Bumpy Daytona this week for official for 50 laps. And I mean, after 2 races, it feels like your arms are just all falling off. The car is just whipping you all around. But if you guys haven't signed up for that, do so. LOTF series on Twitter. The Discord link's in the bio, and get your signups in. You do not want to miss it.
There you have it. Well, thank you, Frisch, and
thank you.
We'll see you maybe not tomorrow, but we'll see you Thursday then for Legends of the Future from the future from Rockingham.
The Sean Butler 250 per Chandler Parsons.
We're gonna have to start paying Frisch if we keep him in the booth any longer.
Oh, okay, all right.
Okay, there he goes.
we got him.
Perfect. 3 laps in the books here for Andrew Cootie right now, and his laps are as followed. A 226.637, a 226.210. Zach still hasn't done the 3rd lap, but it's a 39.845. Very consistent out of Andrew Cootie, and depending on this 4th lap, this may give him a solid position looking ahead here.
Here we come out of turn 4. I was a little bit more focused on Mr. Michael P. Frisch than I was on the run here, but Cootie has been working like a real G, like a lasagna. He's been moving in silence. He brings it to the line, 226.1. Great stuff. Maybe we just don't need to pay attention to these drivers. Maybe when we look away, we let them do their own thing with no pressure. That's when they start to shine.
17th for Andrew Cootie, and I believe this leaves us with just 4 drivers to go. Here is the first one. Down the front straightaway to turn number 1, Brayton Laster, the ARCA driver. Also races in Core. Have a couple of Core drivers racing in this thing tonight. And Laster trying to race his way into the FTF Rectangle 500.
Brayton did point out in the chat that Laster is a terrible name to have at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, but Brayton is a very good name to have at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, so it evens out.
To the line, completing lap number 1. And for Laster, a 226.216. Not a bad first lap, but not among the likes of the guys up at the front of the field. Gonna need some help here.
Yeah, it's not looking quite Scott Brayton pole-like for the Pizza Man, but it's, again, bog standard lap 1. It's kind of the case in a fixed setup qualifying session like this, that you're going to see a lot of that equalization. There's only so much you can do on the opening lap to really change yourself up. You've seen the drivers in the Fast 12. They've been able to do what they need to do to really adjust that lap 1 speed, really get the speed they need. But for everybody else, doesn't necessarily have the same experience in this car. You're seeing a lot of equalization, and it all comes down to consistency. Laster's lap 2, waiting for it to come in here. It's all going to come down to the fall off. It's coming in. It was just a 10th slower, so that is quite a decent bit of fall off there.
225.694 miles an hour on lap number 2. And while Brayton Laster completes his 3rd lap here, let's talk with the man that just finished and his P17, Andrew Cootie.
Yeah, Andrew Cootie, welcome. Good run. Talk us through it.
Well, that was the fastest lap I've done so far in the last freaking ever. I'm actually really surprised that I did pretty well. I wish I was a little bit farther up on the board, but 17th ain't bad. I should have a shot. I should be in, depending on how other people race. All I've been hearing is that the track has gotten slower, but during my run, it didn't feel that slow to me. Maybe in a couple spots, but coming to the fourth lap, I looked at the time and it said 8:43. I was like, uh-oh. I saw I needed to put something around that time in to hold my position, but yeah, I'm happy.
What has happened to Brayton Laster? Sorry, Andrew, but Brayton Laster was not done his run. He blinked out,
Well,
and
no,
then
that was it. That was his. That was his last lap that he just finished here. And
that was impressive.
Yeah, for Brayton Laster, that's going to be a
rally cross.
225.525, and Laster winds up, Wolf, in the 39th position, well outside the cutoff, and he's going to need to run another lap here. Michael Klein, now the driver, and 2 more to go. Klein and Melillo, at least out of the drivers that actually showed up.
Before we let you go, I haven't talked to. We've been talking to everybody about qualifying. We've been talking to everybody about races in the future, but we haven't done much talking about the actual race that's coming up on Friday. How are you approaching that? 500 miles, fixed setups. What are you thinking about? What's the main stressor?
Honestly, just the dirty air. I'm very worried about the dirty air because the last time I ran these cars was probably the last special event, and I did not do very well. I think I attempted all 5 races and didn't even finish any of them. So it would be a surprise if I can even finish this race. But yeah, I'm very happy of where I'm kind of at, where I'm kind of sitting. I'm looking forward to everything this year. FTF season, got the 24 with my team, Guardian Esports, and this is just going to be, I think this is going to be a really good year for everyone on the team. And yeah, I'm me and Corey. I don't know where Corey's put Corey Cook. I think he's kind of lower on the board, but I'll talk to him on a little more. Hopefully he can get in tomorrow, or for Friday. Is it Friday? Is that when the race is? Friday night?
Yeah, race is Friday night. Tomorrow night will be night 2 of qualifying. I guess I can give you the bad news. Your teammate didn't finish the qualifying run. I think it was aborted on lap 4. So Corey Cook's got a little bit of work to do.
Alrighty, well,
but I'm sure you'll help him.
Yeah, I'll talk to him, see what he can do. But yeah, I'm happy that I should be in, depending on what happens in the next hour 15, give or take. So I'm happy that I'm hopefully in, and if I'm not in, well, I'm not in. I guess I'll have a free Friday night.
Wish you good luck, and hopefully, you said you crashed out of 5 Indy 500s. Hopefully, as they say, 6th time is the charm.
Yes, that is exactly what they say.
Of course.
All right, thanks, guys.
Well, Joey, Michael Klein is gonna need some help. Maybe he'll need 6 times. As right now, things are not looking too good. Lap number 3 at 225.406. He has not broken the 226 bracket here.
Yeah, it's looking like a little bit of a Klein bottle right now. It's a joke for all you Cliff Stoll fans out there. I know we got at least one. There's got to be one out there.
Is there?
There's got to be one. We got 165 people still hanging out here. Somebody's got to know who Cliff Stoll is. Non-orientable manifolds, Klein bottles. Anybody, help me.
Oh, man. All right, well, here we go to the line. And Michael Klein. And he's going to qualify 42nd, a 225.370. So Justin Melillo, the last guy to go. And he is already on his way around the racetrack. In the meantime, let's talk with Pizza Man, Brayton Laster.
How's it going?
Well, I guess that's my first question to you. How do you think that run went for you?
Terrible. I'm not gonna lie. I'm terrible at these cars. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just here having fun.
I did mention, you said in our chat that, you didn't think Laster was a good surname to have here, but Brayton, Scott Brayton, Indy 500 pole sitter, that's a pretty good name to have. Do you think that gave you any luck, or do you think you got to fight back against the Laster family curse here?
Well, the Lasters have raced around Indianapolis. We've ran local tracks around here for the past 30 years, and I don't think we've won much with the Laster surname. So we're trying to change something up here this weekend, hopefully.
Big fan of the pizza bed sheets in the background. Always good to see them. One of the few people who's actually set up their camera for us. But
yeah,
you got to do that. You got to show it off.
Yeah, I got my Hawaiian shirt on. I got my shades. I got the piano here. I was rocking out the steel Dre a little bit. Like the. So
we need more. We need more of this. I need you to be in the booth for the rest of the night because there's not enough musical comedy in sim racing commentary. I'm always saying that.
Yeah, I rock out during the core races. That's why I run in the back during those two half the time. In the event I make the show, I'll probably run last until like the last 10 laps, and then just become an absolute missile or a weapon. I'm not sure which, but I'll have my piano with me. I'm sure the guys back at home are probably laughing because they know how much I'm a terrible piano player. I have no idea how to play it. I know 4 songs and they're all like meme songs. But
I can relate so hard. I had to fulfill a couple of credits at college this year. I thought, you know what? Let's take intro to piano. Why not? Might be something fun to learn. I can play like 4 songs. That's all we can do. But we're kindred spirits.
Yeah, and oh man, I got Robert Dorman, the goat, calling me, but it's fine. I'll put him. I'll send him speakerphone. Or voicemail. It's fine. It's Dorman. He's got nothing to say. So we're looking forward to running this 2-lane show because I can't qualify worth a crud. I doubt we make it in the day. I doubt we make it in tomorrow. If I don't make it in the night, me and P Money Prezisor are probably going to be working late into the night trying to find some speed in this machine. So he's kind of my driving coach here.
Wish you good luck. We're going to bring Justin a little to the line here, and we hope we'll see more of that piano coming up soon.
Oh, you know it. Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
Brayton Laster.
Lillo qualifies 20th, a 2:26.030. He ties with Poulin, but it puts him in right now. The last driver to make their first attempt, and Justin Melillo puts himself in the show for now. Now, there you see the entire field. Right now, the way this works, really anything could change here. None of this is set in stone. So, Parker is currently your leader. Justin Melillo is going to try and explain everything here as everybody is frantically on pit road trying to get themselves lined up. And Justin's telling everybody to stop, wait, listen, because it's like Black Friday right now at the end of pit road. There are cars flocking to the exit of pit road right now. And he's telling everybody to go back to their boxes. There they all go. They disappear.
I think Ethan Corder just wrecked on pit road. Wrong way, Ethan. Wrong way.
Uh-oh. That's a black flag. All right. Well, Melillo is going to explain this, I think. And we're 2 minutes to doubling. So does that mean we're going to break, producer Zach? Yes? Okay, cool. See you in 2 minutes. It's a madhouse at Indianapolis. So, the inside line is voiding their times to get back on the racetrack. The outside line, those are the folks that are going to try and patiently wait this out. And the inside line is much longer. Aaron Brown is the first car waiting. Josh Stoltz is spinning into the wall. That's his turn 3.
Question
Does
is,
he
did
get a
he forfeit
mulligan
the lap
here?
time?
No, so he's done. That's it.
Ouch.
So now here's the deal. So Aaron Brown has to reset. Once you get to the end of the line, you have to reset and then still do the procedure to the cone and then go. So if you blow it, you're done. And this is what happened here to Josh Stoltz on his lap.
He
and
was
remember,
too
he
high.
pulled his time.
Too high entering 3, too aggressive with the steering wheel. He knew he was high. He tried to adjust mid-corner. He tried to swerve it hard down, and that just got the car loose, turned it around, and there's no saving it at that point. That is heartbreaking for Josh Stoltz. First driver out on track. And now, he was already out. He's even outer now.
So anybody in this inside line closest to the pit wall, the inside pit wall, the pit boxes, they are voiding their time by entering this line. As soon as you enter that line, your lap time is gone. So Josh Stoltz currently has a goose egg up on the board because he entered, so that voids his time, and he didn't even make it back around. So this is, right now, Aaron Brown, currently with no time from the express lane, and now has 4 laps to try and put himself back into this deal. My goodness.
My goodness, indeed. But old Golden Brown here was 30th, if I remember correctly, before he pulled his time. So he was right on the precipice. Understandably, he wants to get out up front, wants to move himself a little bit forward here. It's going to be tough to find speed here because it is fixed setup. You can't go back in the garage. You can't change your setup. You can't trim out more. You can't get more speed. You've just got to figure out a different way to drive. Maybe get yourself more comfortable with a little bit more weight jacker, a little bit less weight jacker if you were too loose on your first run. It's all in the driver's hands now.
Coming to complete lap number 2. Here is Aaron Brown.
Close to the wall, very, very close to the wall off of turn 4. He is wringing the neck of this vehicle across the start-finish line. It was a very good lap 1. It was a 36.6 in terms of time, a 226.7 in terms of speed. Second lap, though, 225.9. I think he lifted a little bit into turn 4 to not get into the wall, and that scrubbed all the speed and what was looking like a really good start to the run.
Yeah, he's going to need some help here. So right now, the next car to go is Matt Danson. Matt Danson is now rolling. Aaron Brown is finishing his 3rd lap right now. So Brown still has 1 more to go. Matt Danson is on the back straightaway, trying to get himself rolling. He has voided his time. Remember, he was pretty deep in the field. I'm actually going to go back in time. And well, if he didn't set a time, that would mean he was pretty deep in the field. Am I wrong?
Maybe not. But on this run, Aaron Brown has been phenomenally consistent. He was faster on that 3rd lap than he was on lap 2. This has been a great run. If he can keep up this consistency when he brings it to the line, he's going to be far deeper into the field here. It's another consistent. It's a 39.8 on the 4th lap. An exceptionally consistent run. 226.0. That's a great run from Aaron Brown.
18th, 226.091 on a 4-lap average. Now here's Danson. He's coming through turn 3 right now. And now turn 4. This is his first lap he is completing here at the start-finish line.
When we talked to Andrew Cootie a little bit ago, he mentioned something about how he and some other drivers were thinking the track was getting slower. I don't entirely buy that. I don't think that's actually happening here because of the sky isn't changing, the weather isn't changing. Maybe rubber's getting laid down, but I don't think the track has changed that much. And Aaron Brown has absolutely proved that. He found a ton of speed, and that's the benchmark that every other driver needs to follow now. Matt Danson doesn't really have a benchmark because he did wreck on his first run, but I guess his benchmark is actually finishing all 4 laps this time.
So for Aaron Brown, he increased his spot. He went from 33rd to 18th. So he had a huge jump. Matt Danson trying to do something similar. Remember, he did not finish his run. Right now, he is tracking kind of in the wrong direction. Slower times than Aaron Brown. Brayton Laster is the next car to go. He is rolling right now.
I don't think this is going to be a very good lap 3 for Matt Danson. He got super high in turn 1. Doesn't look completely comfortable through turn 3. And then through 4 here, another little wiggle in the mid-corner, a little bit of a correction. Nothing on this lap has added together to be a very quick lap time. Let's see here as he brings it to the line. Lap number 3 for Matt Danson.
Still fell off a little bit, not as much. It's a 225.796. He's going to need the best 4th lap anybody's ever seen in order to really improve. Now remember, he did not set a time, so anything he sets would be an improvement right now. But he's got to be looking at, the possibility of getting back in that express lane here, Joey, and repulling his time and giving it another shot. Remember, he was on pace to be right around where Seth DeMerchant was at as far as time. And then he wrecked on that last lap. And his 4th lap here, a 39.899, and that's going to put Matt Danson in the 23rd position, a 225.969. Brayton Laster's finishing his first lap here at the start-finish line.
It can't
39.830. That is not what he needed. And remember, he was at the start of this. He was in the 40th position, and he is not in a good spot right now with his time on that first lap.
Yeah, that's one of the... There's worse lap 1s, but I think those were worse lap 1s with people who were not necessarily in control of the vehicle, or they hit the wall or something. So that's not a good lap 1 for Brayton Laster. And for Matt Danson, I don't think he needs to worry just yet, but I think he probably will get in that second line to go for another run, because it doesn't really hurt. If you get another chance, you get another chance. But he seems like he might be comfortable here. I don't think Brayton Laster is going to bump him out. Second lap for Laster, slower again, 225.9 on the first lap, 225.6 on the second lap. I don't know what Brayton can do. I don't know where he can find a full mile per hour of speed, but he's running at a time. You might need to ask somebody for some tips.
Well, I count 16 cars right now, Joey, that are in the express lane, plus Jay Cook is now rolling. So that's 17 cars in this express lane here. And for Brayton Laster, he finishes his 3rd lap, 225.383. He's going to have to go out and do this again. As for Danson, I just want to check on him. He is still in his pit box. He has not pulled out and gotten into any sort of line. And the line in the express lane continues to grow now as Bill Culley II pulls out and he gets in the line. Jay Cook starts his first lap. Here comes Laster for his final lap to finish it. And at the line, we'll see there where this puts him. Remember, he was outside the top 40, and he goes to 40th. No improvement for Laster. 40th to 40th. A 225.567. That is just barely faster than his first run. And Brayton Laster at this point is in danger of missing the FTF Rectangle 500.
Very, very big danger. Jay Cook, he's going to actually have to complete all 4 laps this time. And I'm doing all the math in my head right now. 40-second laps around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in these cars. That adds up to about 160 seconds or 2 minutes and 40 seconds for a whole run. So I'll say that's about 3 minutes. With the well-oiled machine that we're running here in race control, that means that I'd say one run takes 3 minutes because there's no real waiting. There's no outlaps because of the overlap. That means if my math is reasonably correct, we're going to have time for about 19 more runs, I think. So everybody in the fast lane will get to go. But if you're not in that fast lane, you got to get in there because there's only going to be time for 19, maybe 20 more runs.
Unless guys run into trouble or decide that maybe they don't want to run. We're inside the final hour. Jay Cook is on lap number 3. His first lap, slow, a 2:26.2. His second lap, relatively even, a 2:26.045. So for Jay Cook, right now, he is not having a great run right now. The next car is rolling from the end of pit road, though. That is Bryce Saucier. He is down and away. Where was he at beforehand? He was 39th.
Yeah, both drivers need to find a little bit more speed. We do have one driver waiting who did find quite a bit of that mythical speed. I'll talk to him really quick here. Aaron Brown, coming into this session 33rd. You've jumped up 15 spots. Where did all that speed come from?
Not making a mistake. I remember the first run, turn 3 and 4, turn 3. I entered a little bit too high on my first run, and when I tried to cut it down, it just made it loose. So that's the issue there. So once I knew I needed to not make that same mistake going into the next run, and make sure to not get too loose to lose a lot of time, because that first run cost me a 10th on top the fall off of the third lap. So it really cost me. So not making the mistake got me a much more consistent lap times, was able to get me up there.
Doesn't look like there was any improvement on lap 4 for Jay Cook there. But before we kick you out, Aaron, I do just want to ask you about the track conditions. We heard some people, questioning, are the track conditions as good as they were before? But it certainly seems like they were good enough for you to find time. Do you think they've changed it all since your first run?
Not much. I don't think they were much different. I mean, it was a little loose on the first run, but I think it was just because I entered a little too high. But I think it's basically the same, depending on your line. So, yeah.
Congrats on the show. Enjoy the next 55 minutes in safety, probably.
Thank you.
Aaron Brown makes the show.
Jay Cook is in danger of not. You see him there, 29th. A 225.890. He is barely in, and remember, he did not set a time because he forgot he had one more lap to go. This is Bryce Saucier. He was 39th after his first run. His first lap, a 39.868. And that, right now, with where he is at, that puts him in a pretty big hole here to get started.
Yeah, his 4-lap average on his previous run, 225.6. To make the show right now, to make P30, the time he needs to get to is a 225.8. That is only 0.3 of a second to get a 225.886, but that is quite a bit of speed that you need to squeeze out of this thing with a fixed setup. It just all comes down to the driver. I don't think he made any real mistakes on his first run. It looked fairly clean, but he just needs to try and pull off a miracle here. Lap 3, no miracles though. He's still falling off.
Thanks to Zach Johnson, who is kicking butt and pulling the cut line up and showing you exactly what's going on. Remember, you are above the top 30. You know you will race Friday. If you're in the top 12, you get to requalify for the top 12. 13th through 30th is locked. If you are below the red line, you have your back against the wall tomorrow to set the final row. Here's lap number 3 here from Saucier. No, this is lap 4. This is his final lap. And at the line, this puts him 40th. It's slower, a slower time, a 225.590 compared to a 225.618. So he loses a spot. Anthony Krobach is now rolling. He finishes his first lap at 39.724. Where was he at the end of the first round? He was in the 41st position. So he has some improving to do. That first lap is a pretty good start at it.
Remember, though, Krobach was one of the first drivers that went out, so there's been a lot of time to do some studying, to watch some other drivers' runs, to maybe learn a few tips. He was 60 thousandths of a second a lap quicker on that lap. Don't know how that converts to speed because we have lost the speeds from his first run, but he is absolutely quicker on lap 1. If he can keep that up, a 226.563 on lap 1, that's a good first lap. The second lap, how much is the fall off? That's the real question.
Not bad at all.
Only bad at all.
7 hundredths. So that'll be a 226.165. He loses a little bit of speed, but Anthony Krobach right now looking pretty good. He just needs to hold on for these final 2 laps.
Things are looking very, very good. Whatever he has done in the past couple of hours since he did that first run at around, what was it, 7:30 at this point, he has found quite a bit of speed here, and it looks completely consistent. It looks completely clean. Through turn 4, maybe a little bit conservative, maybe a little bit slow on exit, not taking as much speed as he could through turn 3, but it looks completely clean. That's the most important thing here. Turn 1 in your final lap, it's always difficult. You're just sending it in there, full commitment. Can't adjust the steering wheel once you're in the corner because you might as well just commit to your run ending at that point. But it looked great through turn 2, and the speed's still up. 225.8 on that third lap. He's losing time, but it's averaging pretty decent.
I think he's probably going to be around the 25th position if I had to guess. He's just a little bit off of Andrew Cootie. Cootie's in the 17th position right now. Similar lap number 3. Lap 1 and 2 was a little bit off, so maybe right around the mid-20s depending on lap number 4. Here comes Krobach to the line. Will he race to see another day at the line? Where does it put him? Krobach, remember, he was 41st.
19th.
This would be an improvement. He jumps to 19th. A 226.066. And Anthony Krobach puts himself potentially in a spot where he will race on Friday. Here's Jordan McGraw.
He went to the Aaron Brown School of Qualifying Improvement. That was a phenomenal 4-lap run from Krobach there. Can anybody else copy them? There's been those 2 drivers. They've been the class of the field, Aaron Brown and Krobach. A few others haven't been able to find speed at all. I don't know if you can pay them for their secrets or watch their runs to see what they did different, but they have found quite a bit of speed.
Jordan McGraw set a 225.722 on his first go at it. This is lap number 2 right here. Remember, he threw out his first time. He was 36th after round 1, and he's losing speed very, very fast on lap number 2. A slower lap 1, and he is in some trouble here. As the next car to go is Robert Lowry. He is in that left-hand lane, and I know Zach keeps asking about this left-hand lane. There are still at least a dozen cars in this left-hand lane that are going to get priority here, even though they're throwing out their times.
McGraw was kind of an example of a driver on his first run that I selected as a driver who isn't necessarily one you want to follow in terms of consistency. He had a decent first lap. It was equal to everybody else, and it just fell off over the course of the run. On lap 3, though, it's pretty much equal to lap 2, so he's not falling off as much as he once did. Turn 1 did not look especially quick, though. Didn't look like he was especially comfortable. Turned in, I think, a little bit too early. Had to lift out to not push into the wall, and he just ended up about 100 feet off the wall, so it doesn't look visually good on the 4th lap here, but he needs to keep it consistent. If he can keep it in the 39.8s again, he might have a shot.
Remember, McGraw's lap was a 225.722. It got him 36th. Right now, he's projecting to be right in the same spot to the yard of bricks. Here he comes. Where will this put Jordan McGraw at the line? 35th. He improves, but only gets 1 spot out of the deal. 225.853. He is still outside the top 30. And here's your next driver here at the start-finish line, headed to turn number 1. This being Robert Lowry.
McGraw did much better in terms of not falling off as much. His problem is he needs to find more speed. If he can find, he's found the consistency. That's a good first step, but you got to find a little bit more speed if you want to make the show. 35th, not going to be good enough here. Remember, everybody will come back tomorrow. There will be a last row shootout. Everybody will get one more chance if they don't make it into the top 30 today. But everybody does want that little bit of peace of mind. You don't want to be fighting for your life tomorrow. Even if you do qualify 30th, you know you're safely in the FTF Rectangle 500. You don't want to have to worry about surviving tomorrow.
Lowry completes lap 2, and he is on a very similar path here to McGraw. Lowry's first attempt was a 225.525. That was 42nd, and now we've got Michael Klein having issues. He needed to stop at the line but didn't, so he is hurting himself right now, and he is costing himself time. And now he's got to wait because here comes Lowry. So Klein putting himself in a bit of a box. He's costing not only himself time, but everybody else time to get on the racetrack here. He's got to get to the line. There's your lap from Lowry. Lowry, that's his third lap. Very little fall off between laps 2 and 3.
Looks exactly the same as Jordan McGraw's run. It's almost exactly the same lap time wise, and that does not bode well for him. That bodes for him to basically be right behind where McGraw is, and that's going to be 35th, 36th.
Klein is finally moving at a snail's pace on the apron right now. Remember, he already wasted a lap because he didn't follow directions. Here's Lowry to the line. Lowry's lap 4 will put him 30th. 225.892. Remember, he was 42nd. That's a big improvement. Problem is, that is just the cut line. Michael Klein on the racetrack. Let's talk with Matt Danson.
Well, Matt Danson, welcome to the booth. Where did you end up after all that? You made it P24. Do you think you're safe?
Surely P24 is good enough. We'd hope.
There's about 46 minutes left on the clock. Do you think if some people do start beating you, you might get out in the express lane again, or are you riding high right now? Are you going to sit back for the rest of the night?
I don't know how much harder I can push the throttle and turn left. I think that's all she had. But I've seen a few other guys go slightly quicker, but. Yeah, I don't think I was going to get too much more. I'm seeing a lot of people go, slower and have a bit of trouble other than, the odd one or two here and there. So I'm just going to see what happens. We'll stick with it, and if we live, we live.
So what does the race plan look like for the race coming up on Friday? Practice sessions, AI practice. What's gonna go down? How are you going to prepare for Friday night?
That's a good question. I might try and get a couple of laps with the fellas, but it would just be a matter of survival in the race. Just trying to not do anything dumb, which I'm usually pretty good at doing things dumb. So yeah, we'll see how we go. Survive and give it a shake, and then hopefully not cause chaos.
I mean, it might be good for me and Jake in the booth if chaos is caused, but hopefully there is a minimum of chaos. Congrats on the run, congrats on the improvement, and we hope you're safe.
Yeah, thank you.
Good old Matt Danson, P24 right now. I think he is going to be safe from the current run because Michael Klein not finding much improvement. He's been in the 225s on both laps.
Yeah, he did not have a good lap 1. His lap 2 was faster, at least on the stopwatch. And Michael Klein, remember, he was in the 43rd position, or 225.370 in his first attempt. And this second attempt is not going much better. The next car is away. That's Christopher Robertson. He's on the back straightaway. Last lap here for Klein. And oh boy, he's in trouble.
Yeah, it was a weird kind of reverse run in that he improved on lap 2, but he's back to falling on lap number 3. There's been a few drivers that did improve on the final lap. Robert Lowry, remember him a couple of runs ago? He actually did improve on his final lap, and that's why he was P30. He was not tracking to be 30th. He was tracking to be behind McGraw, but he found some extra speed on lap 4. Maybe he deliberately preserved a little bit, and that's what put him P30, but Michael Klein would basically need to do a 227 here. He would need to do the fastest time of anybody to make the top 30, I think.
Klein at the line. Where does this put him? 44th. He loses time at 225.433. Actually, he's faster, but he is in a worse position than he was before he pulled his time. Christopher Robertson finishing his first lap here at the start-finish line. A 39.769, not a bad opening lap. If he can bring the consistency, he may have a shot to sneak in and bump Lowry out.
Yeah, the first lap on his previous run in terms of time, it was a 39.733. This time it is actually a little bit slower, but again, it's all about the consistency. We just have to watch him here over the course of the run. There's a lot of black cars in this field. A lot of them look similar, and this one is it's looking especially consistent. Through turn 3 there, absolutely no criticisms you can make of that. Just picture perfect, completely clean, washing out fine. Doesn't look like there's any sort of troubles with the car. No wiggles, no overcorrections, no nothing. It looks perfectly comfortable. It just isn't especially fast. A little bit of fall off on lap 2. He's fallen below the 226s. There was a 225.9 on that last lap. Through turn 2 this time, he's getting close to the curb. He's using all the track, but still doesn't look the fastest in the world.
Next car down and away, that's Nick Roten. He was 32nd coming into this, a 225.850. So he was just on the outside, and he will have to qualify himself in after forfeiting his time by entering the express lane. He's down and away. Meanwhile, Robertson, lap number 3, looking pretty steady here. He might be able to crash the party and bump Lowry out depending on lap 4.
It is possible. He's been consistent. It's been a little bit like the improved Jordan McGraw run that he found consistency. He only fell off by about 1/10 of a second, or by how much did he fall off over the course of the run? About 0.7 of a mile per hour again. But here we go through turn 4, a little bit high on entry, waited a little bit too long to turn in. Don't think it's going to hurt him too bad. He was able to keep the momentum going, didn't wash out into the wall. Here comes Robertson to the line.
Robertson is 38th, the 225.815. So many guys are in that 225.8 that just needed a bit more speed. Again, 38th for Robertson. Here's Roten. He's in 3 and 4, completing his first lap here, this time by a 39.778 is what he set on his first lap, the first run through. Here at the line, he sets a 39.755, marginally faster, but it is faster. It's his fastest lap he's run so far.
It wasn't smooth, though, through turn 4. It isn't smooth through turn 1 either. On exit, he's definitely steering a little bit too hard. He's not letting the wheel completely, get out of his hands and point straight again. He's constantly turning, and that's just scrubbing speed on all the places where you don't want to be scrubbing speed. Through the short chutes, on the exits of the corners, Roten just does not seem as comfortable as a lot of other drivers in the field. Looked okay through turn 3 that time. Through turn 4, gets out into the wall, but it doesn't look especially fast. If he can be consistent, that's all he can do right now if he doesn't have the raw speed. Lap number 2, he has fallen off a full 1/10 of a second. It's not looking good for Nick Roten this time. And he's almost in the wall in 1.
Tyler Williams, the next car to go onto the racetrack here. He is at pit exit. He has forfeited his time. Tyler Williams, where was he? He was 46th. Remember, he had that horrible lap 4 where he got the wall and he blew everything he worked for. 225.003 was his 4-lap average. If he's able to complete 4 clean laps, he may have a shot at getting himself in on a bit of redemption. Here's Roten completing lap number 3 here at the start-finish line. A 40.001, that's not going to be enough on lap 3 to put him into the show.
No, it's just all falling apart for him. When you have a 40-second lap time, when you're down into the 224s, you're not making the show. There's no point pulling off right now, but honestly, if there's only a few drivers in the express lane, it honestly might be worth it to just abort your run here, save a little bit of time, come back down pit lane and get back in line. But I don't know if that's allowed within the rule book. If you can just abort your run and get back in line.
Corey Cook will be the next car to go, it looks like. And there are still there are 16 cars in the express lane right now. If you're in the patient lane, you're not running another lap tonight.
Not even all the express cars are going to be able to make it. That's too many cars to make it in 38 minutes.
They're going to have to shoehorn some folks in. Tyler Williams here to the line. Remember, he was 47th. His first time, a 39.757. That's just 5 1/1000ths off his lap 1 speed on his first run. If he can keep it consistent here, he can have a shot to make the show, but he's got to be careful of the wall. That's what caught him earlier.
Yeah, he's in a better position than some of the other drivers because there's always a saying in racing, it's harder to slow a fast driver down than it is to speed a slow driver up. Tyler Williams knows he probably has the speed to be within a conversation of making the field. but it's hard to say, but he does have to slow himself down a little bit. He has to minimize the mistakes and just make sure he can get a clean run in here. It was 226.375 on lap 1. Lap 2, how consistent was he?
It's just a little bit off.
Oh, that's a big fall off.
Yeah, it's a little bit off from his second lap in the first time around. Corey Cook is struggling to follow directions. Get to the line. Now go, for the love of God. There we go. All right, he's down and away. Now trouble. Tyler Williams is spinning in turn 3 into the wall. Big damage on the front wing of the car, and Tyler Williams needed to finish the lap. Remember, he sacrificed his time and instead puts a goose egg up on the board. He may not have another attempt to go tonight. He is going to be forced to qualify his way in tomorrow.
We're hearing that there might be some extra time. Ethan Corder says there's going to be 30 minutes of extra time, potentially waiting for that to be officially confirmed. But Tyler Williams is absolutely hoping that happens because that's the second time he's made a mistake on his run, and that was earlier than the previous run. He waited until lap 4 to do it. This time, just trimmed out, or did the opposite of trimming out, frankly. He put too much weight jacker in it, and it was going full loop-de-loop before he could even think about retaking control of the vehicle.
I wonder if Corder has his wires crossed here. We added that 30 minutes in an hour and a half ago when Justin told us we were extending it by 30 minutes. There was never another extension. Somebody probably did blow up on pit road, by the way, because they can't turn the motors off, and when they're idle, the things overheat. They reset before they pull up to the line anyway, so if you blow up on pit road, it's not the end of the world. The clock reflective of the broadcast, so I think we are correct here. And, yeah, so Corder, we added that 30 minutes in when Justin said we were extending it. So we are on time. And, yeah, there's 51 minutes of game time because it's a 5-hour session, not because we were going to fill all 5 hours. So here's Cook. This is lap number 2. His lap 1 was the fastest lap he had set all day long. Remember, he skipped lap 4. That's the reason he did not count here.
Yeah, I don't remember what Corey Cook was actually averaging out to, but his teammate did very, very well. His teammate is safely in the field, so hopefully some of those tips and tricks have been taken here. Hopefully there is somebody in Corey's ear saying, all right, lap 1, lap 2, lap 3. But yeah, there's a huge fall off.
39.06. 30. Oh, that is huge. Huge fall off there from Corey Cook. A 225.5 after a 226.2 on his first lap. He's got to stop the bleeding here if he wants to have a prayer at making it. Meanwhile, Seth DeMerchant is the next car to go. DeMerchant was in. What? Seth DeMerchant was 15th.
Oh, and Corey Cook's almost in the wall. I think DeMerchant might be trying to make the fast 12, but
maybe.
No.
Well, here's the thing. He was in the express lane, so he voided his time. He has to put together a run now in order to be in the show.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. I don't know if that's the smartest move to make, but, you know, if he really wants to make the fast 12, if he thinks he has the speed to do it, might as well take a risk, but isn't a choice I would have made. I'd be pretty stressed right now. I'd be sweating if I was Seth DeMerchant.
Corey Cook on his 4th and final lap, just trying to get himself into the show. Remember, Cook was in the 50th position. Remember, he didn't set a time.
I think he might still be 50th.
Completed run, and he is going to be 44th, a 225.434. Let's go to DeMerchant. On the racetrack, he was in the 15th position. He dropped his time, so he is running to try and get in the top 12, which means that would qualify for try and attempt for the pole tomorrow. The problem is, if DeMerchant fails at this, he's going to have to fight to make the field tomorrow. Also notice that move the cut line. Lowry now 1 spot to the good. Jay Cook is the cut line, and a fastest lap on the day from DeMerchant of 39.679. That's his fastest lap on the day. If he can do 3 laps like that, he's going to be okay.
I'm trying to look down our timing sheet. I think that might be the fastest first lap of anybody all day. Not just his fastest first lap. That might be the fastest lap anybody has done all day. So this was a risk. This was a huge risk, but clearly Seth DeMerchant knows that there's something special behind the wheel of this car, or whatever he's been able to learn in the past couple of hours, because that is a phenomenal first lap. He just needs to make sure he hasn't blown it all on lap 1. He isn't hemorrhaging all the time in the world. He was a full 1/10 of a second slower there, full 4/10 of a mile per hour.
Yeah, so his first lap was not the fastest out of everybody. Josh Parker had a 39.673. He, I think, had the fastest first lap. And his lap number 2, DeMerchant's, fell off more than Parker's did. So it may not be a pole run, but as long as he keeps it consistent here, he is in the top 12.
It's hard to be consistent when you throw all that big speed early on, though, but it is possible. We've seen it done. That's why Josh Parker's on pole, Kalanick, Helton. That's why our top 3 are there. The third lap for DeMerchant, though, he's fallen off a little bit more, but it's not as much as the fall off between lap 1 and lap 2 and 3. He went from a 226.261 on lap 2 to a 226.091 on lap 3. That's only about a 1/10.5 of a mile per hour. This is looking really good for Seth DeMerchant.
Right now, DeMerchant trying to get himself in. David Cabrera, the next car rolling. He is away, closing in on 30 minutes remaining here from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in qualifying day 1 to set 13th through 30th on the grid. Tomorrow is bump day. Here's the final lap from DeMerchant. Is it good enough to put him in the top 12 at the line? It is! He's third! A 226.293. Seth DeMerchant jumps from 15th on the grid to third. A ballsy move in the express lane. Puts the Altus driver in the top 5.
Sometimes risks pay off, and that bumps Michael Cozy Jr. out of the Fast 12.
His teammate!
He bumps his teammate out. Is Cozy going to have to get back in line now to bump Nate Stewart out?
Cozy already left the session. I don't think Cozy has any interest. He's locked. That's all that matters. So here's Cabrera. His first lap. His fastest of the day, a 39.741. Cabrera was 34th. Set a 225.780. Doesn't need to improve a lot, but he needs to improve a good bit here in order to get himself into the top 30, because it is a tight pack from 25th on back.
Cabrera getting very, very close to the wall off of turn 4. It didn't look especially hairy at all. It doesn't look like he's wringing this thing out, but he's a little bit out of the groove in turn 1, a little bit high. He doesn't look the most comfortable. That second lap, he fell off by 0.7 of a mile per hour. That 1/10 of a second per lap, that's the fall off that really, really hurts you between lap 1 and 2. You do not want to have that much fall off, because that basically means you're not making the top 30. That's just how the numbers have gone over the course of tonight so far. Through turn 4, he looks again like he has the car under control, but that's the most dangerous thing. You've got everything under control. You're just not fast. It's just so difficult to figure out what you need to do.
Somebody made a good point. Because the track is now rubbered in, the track's gotten a little bit quicker. Isaac Johnson's down and away. Cabrera on his 4 laps that's his 4th lap right there. Cabrera, is it good enough? No. Cabrera 36th. He loses spots. A 225.865. That is slower. No, it is faster than what he set the first time around, but he loses spots out of it. Isaac Johnson now on the racetrack, trying to pull his best here. Johnson was 38th, a 225.623 on his first attempt. Looks like, unfortunately, to keep the lights on, we're going to have to play an ad here in about 14 minutes. So if you don't want to miss part of this, and I hate to do this, but if you don't want to miss part of this, you may want to consider subscribing, so that way you don't get interrupted by the Fox Sports ad break that we get right in the middle of this here in qualifying. For Isaac Johnson, his first lap slower than his first lap on his first attempt, a 39.813. And Isaac Johnson is going to need some help here.
There was no help through turn 3, though. That car was not in control. He got loose on exit. He was able to save it, but when he comes across the line here, it's not going to be a pretty lap time, I don't think, just with that one mistake. It might end up, it's not quite in the 40-second range. It's not quite in the 224s, but 225.400. He is fallen off. He needs a miracle in the second half of this run, and I don't think he's going to get it. This car's only getting looser and looser.
So here's the thing. We have gotten to the end of the initial line of cars that seeded their times. So now, these are the guys that came in late. First guy up and is rolling right now, Josh Stoltz, who crashed on his first attempt. He is back now again here after forfeiting his time. So he already has a 0 since he didn't finish his last run. He is now trying to put a time up on the board to get himself in. Isaac Johnson is still running his laps right now. Ryan Pandicio will be the next one to roll here. Lap number 4 underway for Isaac Johnson. And it's not looking good.
It's not looking good, but we're making very good time here, which is a little bit surprising. I honestly didn't know if we were going to make it to the end of the express line before our little 50-minute window ran out, but we've made very good time.
That was the initial express lane. The express lane now still has 12 cars in it. It's just these are guys that already went or were in the patient lane and are still waiting.
I see. Okay. It's a complicated process here, but I think we got it figured out now. So I still don't think then, if you're not in the express lane, I don't think you're going to get a chance to go. We're just seeing people get back in and back in and back in.
Johnson, 43rd at 225.478, not good enough. Stoltz, his first lap, fastest on the day by 4/1000ths of a second, a 39.750. That comes out to a 226.415. Putting himself in a good position here. Pandicio is resetting. He will be the next car to go on the racetrack. Remember, Stoltz was in the 31st position. He was the first car out. He reset. He crashed on his first attempt here. This is his second attempt. And right now, it's going better than his first attempt, his initial attempt on the racetrack.
It's going better, but I'm worried for this entire run because every single time I'm expecting that rear end to just loop around again. But hopefully Josh Stoltz can prove me wrong. Hopefully he's not worrying about that in the cockpit because you need to ditch that stuff from your mind. If you make a mistake on your initial run, it's embarrassing. You're punching yourself. You're mad at yourself, but you can't let that get into you. You just have to trust the car. You have to make sure you're just fully committed and hope that you're safe for one more lap. He's able to cross the line here. Not that much fall off on lap 3. He's got 2.5 miles more to survive, though.
And you have to wonder if maybe it was a weight jacker issue for Stoltz that got him out of control and got him around. This is lap 4 for Josh Stoltz. Pandicio, he's already off and rolling. He was in the 35th position at 225.774, so he gets rid of his time. Pandicio does. And let's see where Stoltz goes. Remember, he was the first car out. He has improved on this run, depending on lap 4 at the line. Stoltz 27th. He's in at 225.934. That bumps out Lowry, and now Ray Kingsbury is the cut line in P30.
Kaboom for Josh Stoltz. Clearly he did figure out the weight jacker. Clearly he was able to, maybe he had to turn it down a little bit. I have to imagine he was maybe a little bit too high, trying to trim himself out a little bit too much and just killed him there. But Ray Kingsbury on the cut line, that's a shock. I don't think anybody coming into this expected one of the Kingsburys to be on the cut line here, but is he still in the session? He might have to get back in line.
He is still in the session. Kingsbury, I believe, he is in the express lane. He is 5 cars away from the line, I think. 6 cars away, maybe. Pandicio's completing his second lap. His first lap was slower. And Ethan Corder is screwing up. Ethan Corder still not paying attention. Ethan Corder just screwed himself. He's done. So Eggert resets. Seth Eggert's going to get the go here. So weird because Corder reset and then didn't go. He just never left his pit box.
I mean, I remember back that when we initially set the grid, wasn't he like wrecking in pit lane? Did he have to reset or something? I don't know what he's doing.
He just blew it. Now the question is here, and I'm going to need confirmation from Justin. Does that get rid of Corder's time? So he pulled out of line. Got it.
All right, so he's safe for the moment, but if Pandisio makes the top 30 here, he's been very, very consistent. It's entirely possible if he can keep the speed up on lap number 4 that he could potentially end up ahead of Ethan Corder. That was an exceptionally consistent run. Wasn't consistently fast enough though.
Yeah, Pandisio 40th at 225.781. Just a hair faster than his first go. Here's Seth Eggert from kicking the tires, trying to make his way in. His first attempt. He was in. He was in. He was sitting 35th. Here's the thing. So he was in at the end of round 1. 29th. A 225.877. You can see, though, a 29.877 would put him 35th on the board right now after everybody's improved. So Eggert trying to find an ounce of speed to get him into the show. Kingsbury is the cut line, and a slower lap number 1 by 2/1000ths of a second may hurt Eggert here.
Not going to panic just yet, though, because he's kind of in Ryan Naraki range. He can make the top 30 if he's consistent, but it's not the lap 1 I would have wanted to feel exceptionally comfortable here. 226.404. Again, it looks completely clean for Seth Eggert. This is a guy who absolutely knows how to drive these cars. He has no lack of experience, but can he find any speed through turn 4? Looks perfectly fine again. There's few things I can say at this point. It just all comes down to the driver in the cockpit coming to the line. Only falls off by 0.3 miles per hour. That's pretty good.
Jay Cook, the next car to go. Remember, he already went. Cook, though, has fallen out at 225.890. He's 32nd, so he cedes his time to try and get himself back in and bump Kingsbury or maybe Corder or maybe Eggert here, depending on how his run goes. Eggert's got one more to go this time.
Oh, he lost a full 1/10 of a second. He lost a full 0.7 of a mile per hour on that lap. It was consistent between 1 and 2, but the fall-off's begun.
Let's see what happens here coming to the line. Eggert, is this good enough to get him in the show, or is he going to have to try again tomorrow? At the line, Eggert. In, he's the cut line.
Oh.
Barely. 225.897 beats Kingsbury by 1/1000th of a mile an hour.
That is not a comfortable position for Seth Eggert. Is barely in. Barely. He was very consistent between 3 and 4. There was a big fall off between 2 and 3, but a very odd run from Seth Eggert. An equal 1 and 2, an equal 3 and 4. It's all added up to just barely being in the field, but I think Ray Kingsbury is going to be able to find some speed at the very least.
We'll have to see. Inside 20 minutes to go. Third attempt here for Jay Cook. Obviously, his initial attempt, his second attempt came a little while ago. That got him in. His first lap, slow. His second lap, identical to his second lap the first time around.
Yeah, he improved on his second lap here from his first lap, but he didn't improve in any meaningful way. It's looking like Ryan Pandicio's run, actually, in that there's no improvement based on his other lap. There's consistency, but you don't want consistency when you're consistently off the pace, and I don't think it's going to be a reverse run here for Jay Cook. I don't think he's going to find any more speed here on lap 3. It looks slower than the previous lap. He, again, just doesn't seem completely comfortable in wringing this car out as much as he needs to. There's no visual speed, and he is slower on lap 3. He's consistently in the 39.8s, but that's not going to be good enough.
Still trying to clarify on Quarter a little bit there, because remember, he entered the fast lane, but then pulled out, and based on the breakdown that I have, it says, however, drivers will forfeit their previous queue time by entering this lane. So again, just want to clarify on that, because obviously that's very important, because Quarter is 29th. And remember, he was in line when it was his turn to go. He pulled out of line. Jay Cook, his attempt, not good enough. P40, a 225.727 from Jay Cook. Here's Brayton Lester on his third attempt to try and make the show.
I don't want to be too mean to good old Brayton Lester, but I haven't seen much promise in the first 2 runs for much improvement here, but maybe something's changed in the past couple of minutes. Maybe he has learned something. Hopefully I could be surprised, but I don't think chances are very high right now for Brayton Lester to make the show. Hopefully the piano is good luck, though. Hopefully he's been able to play himself a nice victory tune, and hopefully that's worth a couple extra tenths of a miles per hour.
So got the clarification there in a different place that you're okay as long as you haven't left to go onto the racetrack. If you go onto the racetrack, though, that's when your time gets yoinked. So Quarter is all good. Here's Laster, his first lap, fastest out of them all. His second lap, fastest out of them all. If Laster can keep this up, he may have a shot, but remember, we already talked about it. The track is gaining speed as rubber continues to get pounded into the racetrack here by these Dallara IR18s. We're at about 15 minutes to go. We may see some of the fastest laps that we could get. Ray Kingsbury, by the way, who just got bumped, he is now going to be the next guy to go and set a time.
Laster's fallen off, though, 39.9 or 225.564 on that third lap. He found something. He had a revelation on lap 1, but he has not had a revelation on lap 2 or lap 3. It's falling off for him. He's definitely going to improve. This is going to be his best run, no doubt, but I don't think it's going to be anywhere near good enough to be close to the top 30. If he has time for one more run, maybe he'll be able to find one more revelation and make another step forward, but I have a feeling that Brayton Laster might have to be doing some practice overnight.
Laster at the yard of bricks. Is it enough? No. Laster's 39th. A 225.781. He's tied with Pandicio. So now here's Sean Begley. His first time had him initially 28th, but with everybody improving, this bumped him to outside the top 30. A 225.880 was his first lap. This put him well outside the top 30. So he needs a pretty significant improvement here. In order to get into the top 30, you need pretty much a 225.9 to even get to 30th here, because Eggert is at an 897.
Yeah, Begley was one of the first drivers, I think, to go out all night. Wasn't he like the second driver to go out after Ethan Quarter?
He was early.
So he's had a lot of time.
Yeah.
He's had a lot of time to sit back.
Set his fastest lap of the night, a 39.766. He'll try it again.
I feel like I haven't said this in a little while, though, but I do need to clarify that this is not final for everybody outside of the top 30, because I guess, as you know, there's still 3 more spots in the field, but we go to a last row shootout tomorrow. Everybody from 30th and below, they're going to do one more run tomorrow to try and take those last 3 spots. So it's not over for any of these drivers below the cut line, but only 3 of them get to survive tomorrow.
39.810 again. Faster on that second lap compared to his first attempt. Low wide, they're coming off turn 1, but Begley has a shot. Kingsbury is down and away. So that cedes his 31st position. He is 1/1000th of a mile an hour off of Eggert. He just needs a slight improvement to get himself back into the top 30.
And I have to imagine that he's going to be able to find that improvement. I have to imagine that with all of the experience he has in this car over who knows how many years on iRacing, he's got to be able to find some speed to make the top 30 here. Begley's going to bring it to the line for lap 3. Is a little bit of fall off. He lost half of a mile per hour there. Went from a 226.0 on lap 2 to a 225.587 on lap 3. It's trending downwards, but on average, I think he's going to be right in that 29, 30, 31, 32 range. It might not be good enough to make the top 30, but he's going to be close if he can be consistent here on this last lap.
Off of turn 3. Coming to turn 4 here for Begley. Does he have enough to go and get himself into the top 30 once again? He was there earlier at the line. Does he have it? No. P34. A 225.883. So now here's Kingsbury. What can he do? This is his first lap, ending right here. Not as fast as his first run at 39.764. He needs to improve on his next 3 laps in order to get Eggert.
It's just kind of a surprise for lap 1 to be that not good for Ray Kingsbury. I expected better, but you know, he can prove my expectations wrong here. If he can just be consistent, I feel like I need to pay some people like a nickel every time I say the word consistent, because I think I've said it so many times, but I'm saying it for a reason, because it's critical. It's important. That is the main thing that you need to get yourself into the show. Seth Eggert was consistent. That was the important thing. He didn't have the most speed. He was very, very consistent. Kingsbury on that second lap, was he consistent is my question.
Faster.
Still wait. Faster.
Then his first run. Oh, and he got the curb. He's around. He's in the wall. Ray Kingsbury throws away a shot to get inside the top 30 with a crash on his second run. That opens the door here for Bryce Saucier. He is down and away, but Ray Kingsbury got bumped by Eggert, and he sticks it in the fence. That's going to put Kingsbury back outside with goose eggs up on the board, and that means he is likely going to have to drive himself in tomorrow as we approach the final 10 minutes in qualifying today.
Yeah, if it's any solace for Kingsbury, I guess it wasn't that much of a loss. He was already out. He's still out. So he didn't lose anything necessarily, but he wanted so much more. He was digging, and hopefully we can see a replay of what happened there. But he was just trying to get a little bit too low in turn 2, just trying to take as much of the track as he could. He was trying to be the master of his Indianapolis domain, and he got a little bit too close to the sun, a little bit too close to the curb. You don't want to hit the curb here. It looks so attractive. You want to cut it down low, but it is slippery, and you never survive when you clip the curb.
So used to looking for the curbs as something that we hit, whether we're in the next gens or in the GT cars or what have you, at the road courses. Here at Indianapolis, you touch those, it's the third rail, and you're in trouble. A 39.777 on lap 1 here for Saucier. Trying to get himself in. This is his third attempt. That is his fastest lap of the day so far. Jordan McGraw, the next one to go. He's getting set to go right now. We're inside 10 minutes. Remember, we are locking in 13th through 30th tonight. 31st on back has one more attempt to make the race. They do that tomorrow. Only 3 drivers get in. The rest are going home empty-handed. A big fall-off there from Saucier on his second lap. It's the biggest fall-off he's had all night in his attempts, and in fact, it's the slowest lap, too, he's had just about so far tonight.
It's not looking good for Saucier here. Through turn 3, a little bit high. That tends to be the way he's been taking that, I think. I don't think that's a mistake. I think that's just his preferred line, but off of 4, it looks okay. It looks like he's comfortable. It just doesn't look like he's especially fast here to the line. Falls off again. falls off another 0.3 of a mile per hour. This is not going to be good enough.
He needs some magic on this fourth lap to get him in. Remember, before this round of chaos started, he was 39th. He was on the outside looking in. And that's why he had to get back into the fast lane here. And we'll turn to McGraw in a moment. McGraw currently sits in the 36th position. Final lap from Saucier finishes it, and he is 41st. A 2:25.637. He's going to have to find a way tomorrow to get himself in. First lap for McGraw, slower than both of his other attempts on lap 1, a 39.788. He's going to need some help as we're inside 8 minutes to go. The next car to go, Christopher Robertson. He is currently 36th on the board. After that, you have Michael Deitch. Remember, he crashed on his opening lap. Tyler Williams is back for another. He's going to try and make it in. We may get to Bill Cawley the second. And that might be it. Those may be the last 4 guys that we see. There are folks sitting in the patient lane. Carson Bowers, he's on the outside. No, Bowers is in. Jonathan Oates, he's in by a good bit. He's actually inside the top 12. Pressey, he's okay. David L. Brown is out there, and some of them, I think, just gave up knowing that they're not going to have a shot to put another lap down, that they're pretty much locked in where they are at if they're not inside the top 12 or in the express lane. If you're 13th or 30th, this will be the last lap you have officially until the race Friday. Finishing lap number 3 here for McGraw.
I mentioned in his previous run that he had the consistency. He just needed to find the speed. Unfortunately, on this run, he's slower and less consistent, so it is not going well for McGraw. It's a worse run all the way through. Looked out of control through 4 there. A bunch of little corrections washed out almost into the wall. This is not going to be an improvement for McGraw. It's basically a write-off already.
Here comes McGraw through 3. And now turn 4. You'll get the checkered flag here. Robertson has already started his first lap. McGraw at the line. Where's he going to go? 37th, a 2:25.788. Robertson to the line to complete lap 1. Fastest lap of the day for him, a 39.713. There you see the overall picture. Eggert is still the cut line. 5.5 minutes to go. And right now, it looks like we're going to get maybe 2-3 more cars to go. Deitch is resetting right now. He'll get out there. He's got to hurry.
Chris Robertson needs a miracle here. He's just like the previous run with McGraw. He hasn't shown necessarily the speed to make the top 30. He can surprise us.
Deitch is going to miss it.
He's not going to make it.
Deitch, he's going to miss. He's not paying attention. Tyler Williams is going to go. Michael Deitch missed it. Tyler J. Williams is going to get to go, and he may be the last guy to go here, because this is going to put Deitch at the back. This is going to put Deitch at the end of the line. Deitch is out. He's going to have to do it tomorrow.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. But Tyler Williams, he's a driver I think can potentially make it. He's got speed. He just needs to not wreck like he has on the previous 2 runs, and that's more than what Robertson and what McGraw could say. They didn't have the speed. They're not finding the speed. It doesn't look like Robertson's going to find the speed either. It's been better on this run. He's averaging out, I think, maybe in the low or the high 225s right now. 226.6 on lap 1, 226.1 on lap 2, 225.7 on lap 3. It's decent for Robertson, but the fall off has been pretty great. He needs to make sure to stop the bleeding here on lap 4, and he might have a shot of being in those last couple of spots in the top 30.
Bill Cawley II might have a shot to get another run in. Here comes Robertson. Where's it going to put him? At the line. He's in! A 2:26.040. He's 21st. Eggert is out. Corners the cut line. And here is Williams. Remember, he's had an issue in finishing the run. If Williams can just finish it here and put together decent laps, he could get in. That could bump Corner out with 3 minutes to go.
That's absolutely a shock for Robertson. He was faster than Frisch. He was in the 2:26 zeros. Robertson's put at P21 in the field. That is a phenomenal run for Chris Robertson. Just absolutely proving me wrong. He found the speed. He was consistent. He improved on lap 4. Tyler Williams, though, almost got into the wall off of 4. He needs to keep the car out of the wall this time. He's already scaring me.
A 39.813 on his first lap. That's a 2:26.057. He has put himself in a deep hole here, and he just got the wall off, too. Deitch is rolling. We've got 2:20 to go. I think Deitch might get a shot here.
I think he'll be the last one.
That's the way it looks. Colley may not get the chance to go. Williams, second lap. 39.881. I don't know.
He's not going to make it.
He
hits the wall again.
Second time he's done it off turn 2 this run. And I think Tyler J. Williams is going to have to come back tomorrow and give it one last shot. Deitch is rolling. Inside 2 minutes to go. I think he's going to be the last guy that gets a shot.
And there's no waving off of runs if you're too slow. So maybe in real life, Tyler Williams would get waved off because this has not been a fast run. But he gets the chance to finish it. He gets the chance to maybe pull off a miracle in the final 2 laps. But that miracle is not coming. Basically identical on lap 3 compared to lap 2. But it was identically slow because of that same mistake into turn 2. Does he have it figured out in the final lap here? No. He's almost in the wall again.
Well, Deitch almost crashed on his warm-up lap coming to the green flag. Turn 3 was a rough spot for Deitch. He just got the green flag. He is now finally rolling. Let's see if he can make it back around. This is Williams into 4. And we'll see how low it puts him. Tyler J. Williams with not the perfect run that he was looking for. He hits the yard of bricks inside the final minute. And Williams will qualify 41st. A 2:25.707. Here's Deitch now. He's in turn 4 on the front straightaway. Had a good run through 3 and 4. He's going to finish a lap. 30 seconds to go. They're going to let Collar go. Collar's the last one to go. Sorry, Colley. Bill Colley will be the last one to go. Cabrera, Lowry, Corder, Pandicio, Richie Price, all get left at the doorstep and will not get another chance. Richie Price, he is trying to set his first lap. And he's not going to be able to do that because he was so late.
Deitch is loose right through turn 3.
Yeah, and he's in trouble. You look, it's a 49.581 in that first lap as far as time. He's going to need a big improvement in these final 2 laps. He gets a little bit better, a 42.24. But that's still going to put him toward the back.
Yeah, those are 2 of the worst laps of anybody so far today. He's not making the field here. He's still going to try and finish off the run, get a little bit of extra practice if he does need that for tomorrow. But Deitch does not look comfortable. He does not look fast, and he's going to be one of those drivers who needs to study up over the course of tonight, over the course of tomorrow afternoon. There's a lot of practice that a lot of these drivers need to do who are below the cut line to hope to pull off a miracle tomorrow. Because right now, if Deitch is doing 221.7s, 223.7s, that's not going to be anywhere close enough to be in the top 33 tomorrow.
Lap number 3 again faster. It's a 40.079. Bill Colley is going to end his first lap at the start-finish line. His lap is slow in the 40-second bracket as well. So those 2, I think, are both not going to improve. That's going to keep Corder in the show.
And Colley messed up his warm-up lap, and Deitch is just not comfortable in any of these laps. His movements are jittery. That just tells me that this is a driver that's not especially comfortable with the car. It's not a driver who's comfortable just letting the wheel get out of his hands a little bit. Let the car drive itself. He's constantly fighting it, and that is not a fast way to drive an IndyCar. 223.4 is his 4-lap average. That's going to be last of anybody.
Collie improves on his second lap. This is the last car to go out. There will be no more qualifying tonight. So if you're in 13th through 30th, after Collie is done with his run, you are locked in to the FTF Rectangle 500. If you're outside the top 30, below that red line, we'll see you tomorrow for bump day. If you're inside the top 12, we'll see you tomorrow to set the pole in the first 4 rows. Collie on lap 3, coming around through turn 4. He needs a miracle of all miracles on this last lap to improve and get himself in.
He's doing the same thing that Deitch was, though. He's just kind of jittering with the wheel on the straights. And his first lap was a 40.0. His first lap was a 224.5. Yeah, that's not going to be good enough no matter what you do on the next 3 laps. It's kind of an anticlimax because he basically dug himself a hole on lap 1 that he couldn't get out of. But Ethan Corder, congratulations. You're going to be the last car who's safe.
Here's Collie into 3. And into 4. Collie onto the front straightaway. Not going to be enough to get himself in at the line. Ethan Corder survives. He advances. Collie goes to 48th on the board, a 225.136. 13th to 30th are locked in. The top 12 locked in. The order is not. And we will have more than 18 drivers fight over the final 3 spots tomorrow night. Your top 12: Parker, Collinix, DeMerchant, Helton, Harrington, Hawken, Plash, Brown, Zwack, DeGroot, Oates, Stewart. They qualify for the pole tomorrow. They will do that after 31st on back, bump themselves around for the final 3 positions for the FTF.GG Rectangle 500, which will be held on Friday. You're also going to have a couple people that did not qualify today that are going to try and fight themselves in tomorrow as part of bump day as well. Let's talk with the man that got in right at the end, Ethan Corder.
Hello.
Hello indeed, Ethan Corder. How caked in sweat are you right now after sitting on the cut line for the past couple minutes?
That was a little nerve-wracking. Just a little nerve-wracking. So yeah, I intentionally pulled out of line. That was a big risk to take because I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna get any faster than that. And you know, if I miss the top 30, you know, I thought I had a pretty good shot to get in, you know, top 3 in bump day. So I'm like, you know what, this is a 50-50 decision. I'm just gonna pull out. And one guy outqualified me, and that got really scary. So, but yeah, paid off, I guess.
I remember you said when we first interviewed you, after you were the first driver to go out, you said you're probably going to end up around 30th or so. I said you're probably underselling yourself, but you were exactly right. So clearly, you must have a top secret orb or something there because you exactly predicted your finishing position. You're in the show. Congratulations. We'll see you on Friday night.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for the show tonight.
Always a pleasure. Ethan Corder, P30. I'd say, who are we going to talk to next, Jake? There's a whole plethora of drivers to talk to. We're going to talk to Seth Eggert here, who did not quite make the top 30. P31, the first driver out. If you can replicate that tomorrow, though, you'll be in the show, Seth.
Yeah, I know what I did wrong, and I just clipped the curb a little too much. I'm so used to how this qualifying used to be for this style car and this track way back when, and I just have to shake off the bad habits I have with that, essentially.
So what's the next 24 hours, or I guess next 21 hours, going to look like before bump day tomorrow? How much practice are you going to do, or are you just gonna vibe into it tomorrow and trust yourself?
I think I'm just going to vibe into it. That's kind of what I did today, and if I didn't mess up and clip the curb in 1 and 2 on that second lap, I probably would have been in. So that's where I'm focusing. I might run a couple of practices just to make sure I have the line down. That's the main thing that I'm looking at right now. And otherwise, I'm fairly confident I can get into the top 33. And outside of that, if I don't make it, I'll just be up in the virtual press box like usual.
I mean, we're always happy to have you there, but we do wish you good luck tomorrow on bump day, and I guess we might talk to you if you're on the last row tomorrow.
It sounds like a plan.
Seth Eggert, either in the virtual press box or on the virtual grid. Either way, we love the old Eggman. But Jake, you're not getting out of interview duty. We got Justin Malillo here to finish things off.
Hi, Justin.
Hello, all.
I assume, like the rest of us, you aged about 50 years over these last 4 hours trying to get everything rolling. So let's look ahead to tomorrow.
Well, first, I want to just look back on tonight. That was exactly what I wanted out of an Indy 500 qualifying. That was the perfect amount of chaos, and it was perfect. It was exactly what I wanted. So there were a few tense moments for sure where I definitely may have lost my mind just a little bit, but I couldn't be more happy with how this all turned out. I want to shout out Seth the Merchant. What a ballsy move to take out his time that was locked in, and went faster to get himself in the top 12 tomorrow. That was incredible. The moves from I think it was Robertson at the end there to bump out. I think it was Seth. I feel so bad for Seth. And then I know my teammate Naraki told me that he was going to be he was just going to sleep and praying that he was going to get in, and his time held on. So incredible stuff. Everybody had a different plan, and it was really cool to see. Tomorrow's going to be, I think, just as fun, seeing everybody who's going to be going through bump qualifying, going for that last row, 31st through 33rd, and then seeing who gets the pole for this whole thing. So incredible stuff. Rectangle 500. So glad I finally get to do one of these. So glad it's on FTFGG. It's been an incredible night.
So let's talk about tomorrow a little bit here. How does tomorrow exactly work? What are we going to see? What does tomorrow look like from the time we go on the air to the time that we know exactly which 33 are going to be starting the FTF Rectangle 500?
So tomorrow night, we're going to start off with bump qualifying for 31st through 33rd. We're going to qualify the drivers in order from where they put their lap time down. If they didn't put a lap time down, they were going to go first. Like I think Brandon Gass and Jamie Ritchie Price. They'll be at the top of the board putting their laps down. Then the guys who gave up their times and wrecked out, like Ray Kingsbury and somebody else did, I think, as well. Brian Keita. Maybe Ryan Bill. So those guys will go before everybody else, and then we'll go from the slowest time down to the fastest time. We'll start with Michael D, and then it'll be Seth Eggert ending that for pump qualifying. I know not all those guys can come back. Unfortunately, they still have their time from tonight to fall back on if at all necessary. So I mean, it's definitely a possibility that you could see Eggert if he doesn't show up for whatever reason tomorrow night, he could fall back on his time. So that's all good with that. And then the top 12 qualifying after that. So we got Josh Parker down to Nate Stewart. Those guys will go also in reverse order. So we'll see Nate Stewart go out first. Then Oates to Groot, Swack, Brown, Plash, Hawkin, Harrington, Helton, DeMerchant, Kalonix, and Parker. We'll get a top 6 from there, and then we'll have fast 6 qualifying for the pole. And that'll be, again, in reverse order from that. And we'll get our pole sitter, our front 2 rows, all set for this FTF Rectangle 500. It's such a fun event to put on. I don't know why I haven't done this sooner. This is incredible stuff, guys. I'm so happy.
Looking forward to doing it all tomorrow. And,
Hell yeah, man.
And then, of course, the big show, the important part on Friday. So, Justin, thanks for putting everything together for us. And making this a well-oiled machine. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks so much.
That's Justin Malillo, the head guy in charge of all this here tonight. And Justin Malillo just realized the oopsie he did at the start of that interview as we let him go. But Joey, what a wild night. I haven't had this much fun or this much stress calling an event in a long time.
Yeah, what a wild night indeed, but the old Jake and Joey show, we're living up to that Swahili Wood superhero Double J. I think we had a good time tonight. A lot of excitement, a lot of crazy stuff. Justin basically rolled down every single bit of excitement, but there's even more coming tomorrow night. It'll be you and I. It'll be Joey Atterbury. We'll all be here. Pole day, bump day. The action never stops.
No doubt about it. And we'll be here to bring it all to you tomorrow night on FTF.GG, 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time is when we will be live and on the air for Bump Day Bump Day and Pole Day from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in the Dallara IR-18. So many people to thank. Zach Johnson producing this whole thing. He is ready to piss like a Russian racehorse right now, but he can't until I stop talking. So our thanks to Derek Watson, Justin Prince, as well as Joey Atterbury, Joey Devon. I'm Jacob Pitts. It's been a pleasure. We set the field, the rest of the field, tomorrow from Indianapolis. Sleep well. We'll see you then.